Chapter 2209. The four Xian immortal cultivators entered the immortal beheading stage. Yang Chen knew it clearly from the blood pool. Those who could enter the immortal beheading stage, other than the executioner, only had one identity, and that was the pending death row prisoner. Without Yang Chen, the executioner, the four Xian immortal experts could only wait in a pending state. Regarding the greed of these guys, Yang Chen didn't feel sorry at all. He only had one point of doubt now, where the immortal beheading stage threw the corpses. Other than the executioner's corpse that turned into a blood corpse, the other corpses had all disappeared. What was going on? At first, Yang Chen thought that the corpses were all in the blood pool, but when he sank to the bottom of the blood pool, he only saw pure blood, not a single corpse. No one could tell Yang Chen, even Brother Li Qing, who was most likely to know the answer, was also in the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen couldn't ask even if he wanted to. He could only rely on himself to explore everything. When he was in the immortal beheading stage, Yang Chen couldn't see the corpses below. But when he was below, he could clearly see the top. The more it was like this, the more Yang Chen coveted the immortal beheading saber on the twin dragon rack. However, Yang Chen also knew that with his current ability, it was not enough to completely control the saber. However, he had already refined the entrance to the immortal slaying platform. Right now, he was standing at the place where the immortal slaying platform's corpse was thrown. Once he refined the corpse, he could refine the other entrance to the immortal slaying platform in the immortal world. Without thinking about where the corpses were, Yang Chen began to use the space refining technique, together with the Merit Sutra, to refine the corpse-throwing entrance of the immortal beheading stage. This square corpse-throwing entrance was only a few feet in radius, much smaller than the huge space entrance of the demon beast space. Logically speaking, it should be much simpler than the exit of the demon beast space. But Yang Chen knew that this corpse-throwing entrance was probably not simple at all, otherwise Brother Li Qing wouldn't have asked him to prepare for 1,000 years. It had only taken him a few hundred years to refine the demon beast space. In other words, according to Big Brother Li Qing's estimation, the difficulty of refining this corpse dump was several times higher than refining the exit of the demon beast space. The first step was to establish a simple connection. This was the simplest step in the refining process. As long as this connection was established, there was no need for Yang Chen to stay in this place. He could refine it at any time. There were no longer any cultivators capable of disturbing Yang Chen. With the exception of the four foolish fellows who had entered the immortal slaying platform, all the cultivators who had followed Yang Chen in had been turned into corpses. What Yang Chen did not know was that those corpses only existed for a short period of time. Not long after, they completely turned into soil and no longer existed. Only some ownerless magic treasures were left lying alone on the ground, allowing the blood qi to invade them. Now, Yang Chen could use many times more merit points than when he was refining the demon beast space. This also meant that the merit points could play a much more important role in refining the corpse dump entrance of the immortal slaying platform. What Yang Chen did not expect was that when he started refining the corpse dump entrance, the entire immortal slaying platform and the entire valley of no return seemed to have a response. The long blood rivers in both directions suddenly began to flow backwards, returning to the blood pool on the platform, and kept surging. And in the immortal slaying platform, the immortal beheading blade on the twin dragon brackets also began to tremble. Even if Yang Chen looked up from below the corpse dump entrance, he could still see it clearly. The movement in the Valley of No Return was beyond Yang Chen's expectations. The most surprising thing was that when all the blood rivers returned to the blood pool, the blood corpses all appeared and gathered towards the platform. Yang Chen was directly pushed to the top of the blood pool by the surging blood pool. The blood that gushed out from the blood pool formed a huge blood-colored platform. Yang Chen sat on the blood platform, and the corpse dump entrance was within reach. The blood corpses that gathered over were arranged into two very neat square formations, one in each direction of the valley below the platform. There were about 10,000 blood corpses in each square formation. At a glance, it was simply an army of two blood corpses. Not to mention anything else, just 20,000 pairs of blood-red eyes radiating blood-red light concentrated on Yang Chen alone could bring great pressure to people. That was because Yang Chen had already experienced such a big scene, so he was not frightened by the gazes of so many blood corpses. "Seniors, please wait a moment." Faced with this situation, Yang Chen said loudly, "When this junior refines this corpse dump entrance, I will free you seniors." It was not known whether the blood corpses recognized Yang Chen's identity or because of this sentence, but the blood corpses did the same action. They stretched out their hands, raised the saber, and threw it to the platform where Yang Chen was. The sound of clanking was endless. In a flash, the surroundings of the blood pool on the platform were nailed with blood-red immortal beheading sabers. These were all entities condensed from the saber-intent murderous aura, but they were distributed very evenly, surrounding the blood pool. Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber also seemed to float uncontrollably at this time and stopped in front of Yang Chen. Tens of thousands of immortal beheading sabers condensed from blood chi and saber-intent murderous aura, each emitted a thin red line and connected with Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber. Not only that, even the immortal beheading saber in the immortal beheading platform also had a wisp of red line, penetrating the corpse dump entrance and connecting with the immortal beheading saber in front of Yang Chen. What was going on? Yang Chen was startled, but he quickly calmed down. Since these seniors didn't make a move, it meant that they didn't want to harm him, so it was conceivable that they were helping him. In the blood pool, a wave of blood chi also rushed into Yang Chen's body, just like the blood corpse's saber intent surged in his body. At this point, Yang Chen had no other choice. He sat cross-legged and circulated his energy. On one hand, he dissolved the blood chi in his body, on the other hand, he controlled the immortal beheading saber, and on the other hand, he began to refine the corpse dump entrance of the immortal beheading platform. It wasn't just Yang Chen. His second primordial spirit had already directly sunk into the sea of saber-intent murderous aura, frantically absorbing it, and at the same time taking the opportunity to refine it. What each red line transmitted over was the purest saber intent. This saber intent could always refine the immortal beheading saber a little more. The hard material of the diamond chakram was also undergoing a fundamental change under the dual refinement of the blood chi and saber intent. Of course, the most important thing was the saber intent transmitted from the red line connected to the saber in the immortal beheading platform. It was because of this trace of saber intent that the saber intent on the tens of thousands of immortal beheading sabers could condense to the purest and most essence. It was also because of this trace of saber intent that the entire body of Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber could be refined. Yang Chen closed his eyes and automatically circulated the golden body secret art, dissolving the blood chi in his body. He didn't notice the passage of time at all. Chapter 22:10. Of course, Yang Chen did not forget the most important goal. The golden body secret art was nothing more than the yun marrow pill that Yang Chen took. It could be said that Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness was all condensed on the place where the corpse was thrown, and it was frantically refining. Xiao Tian has already eaten a meal of murderous aura and returned to the Dragon Tower to slowly digest it. In the Valley of No Return, at this moment, there was only one living thing, Yang Chen, and tens of thousands of blood corpses. Apart from the surging figures in the blood pool, there was no other noise. The more this was the case, the more empty and quiet the surroundings were, even the silence was a little scary. Yang Chen has been completely immersed in the process of refining and was completely unaware of the changes in the Valley of No Return. After a period of time, there would be a bloody immortal beheading blade on the platform that completely disintegrated, and then turned into a blood shadow that completely entered the immortal beheading blade in front of Yang Chen. Among the blood corpses below the platform, at this time, there would be a blood corpse that completely fell to the ground, and the blood color on the body slowly dissipated, turning into a normal old man's corpse. When the blood color of the whole body faded, the old man's corpse would automatically rush into the immortal beheading blade, as if knowing that this was the temporary burial place that Yang Chen had prepared for them. The collapse of each immortal beheading blade meant that the immortal beheading blade in front of Yang Chen would have a little more sharpness. Yang Chen's body also began to change color. First, it was completely blood red, slowly faded, and then slowly turned into blood red, and then began to slowly fade again. The whole process repeated and repeated. However, Yang Chen was refining the corpse here, but within the scope of the formation of the entire Valley of No Return, the killing intent was more than 10 times stronger than usual. Those who have studied the clues of the Valley of No Return for a long time outside did not find the answer, but were driven by greed. As soon as they came in, they were attacked by the blood. Even if they kept resisting, they could not bear it. After a few dozen miles, they would completely turn into a blood corpse and then melt into the blood-colored soil. The entire range of the Valley of No Return had become the most ferocious place. There was killing intent everywhere. As long as a living creature entered, it would be attacked by the boundless killing intent back and forth, completely annihilated. It was already one of the spirit world's 3 great danger zones, and only 1 in 10,000 dared to enter it. After devouring over 1,000 cultivators of various levels for over a decade, no other cultivators dared to casually enter. Even though they knew that Yang Chen's family was inside, they didn't dare to come in and check it out. This time, Yang Chen sat there for 50 years, continuously refining. The immortal beheading sabers on the platform shattered one by one. The blood corpses below became normal one by one and threw themselves into the immortal beheading sabers. Finally, after the last blood corpse became completely normal, Yang Chen completed the simplest connection to the corpse disposal port. The timing was very coincidental. It seemed that the prerequisite for Yang Chen to establish this spatial link was to get rid of all the blood corpses. However, thinking about it, it was normal. These blood corpses and the immortal beheading platform were originally one, or this was the true establishment of a connection. Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber had completely turned blood red, no longer the black material of the diamond chakram. After the tempering of tens of thousands of saber intents from the ancestors, Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber finally recovered its original sharpness, and even surpassed it. On the blood-colored blade, from time to time, a burst of blood-colored light flashed, making people shudder. Yang Chen, who stood up, seemed to be a little unused to it. He was fully focused on refining the corpse disposal port, and his mind didn't think about anything else. At this time, he had to slow down to understand what was happening. Yang Chen saw the changes in the immortal beheading saber, and communicated with his second primordial spirit to understand the current state of the immortal beheading saber. It could be said that if there was another expert like Elder Feng, Yang Chen's saber would definitely not have the same blunt effect as before, and it would only be cut in half. The blood river killing intent carried by the second primordial spirit was full, and now it was still a little indigestion. These saber intents and killing intent were now stored in the immortal beheading saber, waiting for the second primordial spirit to slowly refine them. As for Yang Chen's body, under the nourishment of the golden body secret art for 50 years, and under the tempering of the blood chi saber intent for 50 years, it had made another progress. It was no longer the kind of muscular appearance, and it had once again become a well-proportioned figure. After a little inspection, Yang Chen couldn't help but be happy. The golden body secret art was already equivalent to the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the late stage of heaven-raising strength. As long as he broke through again and reached the peak of heaven-raising strength, he could cultivate the secret technique of Kuai. His whole body was full of strength, Even if he sat for 50 years, he would not be numb. This was the effect of the Yunji pill that Yang Chen refined before his departure. Although it was only a first-grade refinement, it was a medicinal pill for Big Brother Li Cheng's assessment, and its effect was close to that of the ordinary 7th-grade Yunji pill. What surprised Yang Chen the most was the corpse-dumping mouth of the Immortal beheading platform. Yang Chen established a connection and found that the seemingly square corpse-dumping mouth was not what it looked like, but there were 2 layers. In the middle of the 2 layers there were many things. As for what it was, Yang Chen didn't have time to see it. 50 years and it has this effect, it looks good. The familiar voice of Big Brother Li Cheng sounded in Yang Chen's ears. At this time, it was estimated that only Big Brother Li Cheng could appear. Big Brother! Yang Chen called very intimately, and he was not surprised at all. If someone could grasp the point so accurately, it would be Big Brother Li Cheng. Not bad, a little faster than I thought. Big Brother Li Cheng praised, and then began to look around. The blood pool was still a blood pool, but Yang Chen was very clear that a lot of essence was missing in it, and it was all absorbed by himself and the Immortal beheading saber. The surrounding world was still blood-red, and the killing intent was 10 times sharper than before. However, without the sudden burst of killing intent from the blood corpses, this kind of killing intent was stable to this extent, and there would not be much change. If you are willing to let your beautiful wives and concubines suffer, it is not bad to practice here. Big Brother Li Cheng casually reminded, believing that Yang Chen would also make the right choice. Big Brother, where is the netherworld you mentioned? Yang Chen released Gong Sunling and asked her to send out all the women, while he asked Big Brother Li Cheng. The netherworld was the key to the advancement of the Earth Dragon, and it was related to the safety of Chunyang Palace, so he couldn't be careless. Isn't this it? Big Brother Li Cheng pointed to the blood pool and replied casually. Yang Chen was speechless for a while, but he also understood that these blood pools without purification were still of great benefit to the Earth Dragon. Big Brother Li Cheng was absolutely not lying. What about Tianyuan elixir? Yang Chen continued to ask. Until now, Yang Chen had not seen where Tianyuan elixir was. What do you think? This time, Big Brother Li Cheng did not answer, but looked at Yang Chen with a smile and asked. Chapter 22:11. Elder Brother Li Cheng said that Tianyuan Dan was here, just at the place where the Immortal Executioner stage was dumped, but Yang Chen did not see one now. Of course, Yang Chen did not search the entire Valley of No Return, but things like medicinal pills were unlikely to be put outside, right? Except for one place that Yang Chen had not seen, other places have been directly judged by Yang Chen as impossible. Even if there is a jade bottle to store medicinal pills, it is impossible to withstand the invasion of this kind of killing intent outside for a long time. Don't you see that many cultivators' magic weapons have been contaminated by the invasion? Exposed to the outside for a long time, any medicinal pills would be destroyed. The place that he had not seen was the middle of the mezzanine where the corpse was dumped. Yang Chen has not had time to examine this place carefully. Since Elder Brother Li Cheng said so, it was impossible for Yang Chen to take a good look at it. It was very strange. Why would there be a mezzanine here, which Yang Chen could not imagine? What was the significance of this mezzanine? Was it because he was afraid that the body would fall to pieces after falling, so he deliberately added a buffer in the middle? There were only a few rows of shelves in the mezzanine. When Yang Chen's spiritual awareness explored it, he was immediately stunned in place. On the shelf, there were rows of neatly arranged objects that looked like miniature people. However, all of the miniature people did not have heads. This thing was very familiar, and Yang Chen's mind immediately appeared the appearance of the Tianyuan Dan that he had seen twice before. It seemed that at that time, Elder Brother Li Cheng gave Lady Fanghua the Tianyuan Dan that he gave to Xiao Tian looked like this, a golden medicinal pill that looked like a little person without a head. These are all of them? Yang Chen couldn't believe the results of his spiritual awareness exploration, and couldn't help but stutter and ask. Yes. Although elder brother Li Qing did not see Yang Chen enter the mezzanine, he also knew that Yang Chen must have explored it with his spiritual awareness, and quickly replied, all of them. How can there be so many? Yang Chen couldn't imagine. How could there be so many Tianyuan Dan? How was it possible to refine something like this? Why is it here? What do you think the heavenly Yuan pill is? Big brother Li Qing smiled slightly and asked again. In the corpse dump of the immortal beheading stage, the appearance of the heavenly essence pill was still that of the little man who had his head chopped off. If Yang Chen still couldn't guess what the heavenly essence pill was, then Yang Chen wasn't a qualified alchemist at all. However, this reality was a little too cruel, so much so that Yang Chen couldn't accept it for a while. That's right, it was unacceptable, not unbelievable. The heavenly essence elixir is the elixir left behind by the immortal slaying stage after the immortal slaying stage killed an infinite tribulation true immortal. Li Qing knew that Yang Chen understood what the heavenly Yuan Dan was, but he definitely didn't know the specifics. He needed Li Qing to explain it to him. Only 10,000 tribulation true immortals have it? Yang Chen caught the words in Li Qing's mouth and asked quickly. Only 10,000 tribulation true immortals have them. Li Qing nodded heavily. Now you understand why the heavenly Yuan Dan can be used to help with cultivation. It's much better than your Millennium Pill and Centennial Pill. Did Li Qing need to say that? Yang Chen almost couldn't help complaining. The essence left behind by the body of an infinite tribulation true immortal was, of course, thousands of times more powerful than the evil killing beads left behind by the demonized monsters in the devil realm. If this could not help with cultivation, what else could? It's best for each cultivator to use 1, 2 at most. Don't be greedy. Big brother Li Qing continued to remind Yang Chen at the same time. So, you'd better be careful when you choose. Don't take them casually. Yang Chen nodded. Each person could only use 1 or 2. With so many heavenly Yuan Dan, Yang Chen, of course, had to choose carefully. However, he only knew the identity of the infinite tribulation true immortals he had killed. He definitely didn't know the identity of the previous executioners. How could he distinguish them? Only those you killed are left here. Li Qing's words rang out at the right time, so Yang Chen immediately had a target to choose. I've taken all the previous ones. In addition, I also took one of the ones you killed. Yang Chen had killed hundreds of infinite tribulation true immortals. It was not too much for big brother Li Qing to take one, so Yang Chen didn't take it seriously at all. But the next moment, Yang Chen jumped up at once. Which one did you take? Guess? Big brother Li Qing smiled and gave Yang Chen a smile that made him feel defeated. No way. Yang Chen immediately put on a long face. His divine senses began to explore the neatly arranged heavenly Yuan Dan. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, from the first to the third place, there should have been a Tianyuan pill, but now it was empty, leaving only a gap. After confirming this, Yang Chen couldn't help but turn to big brother Li Qing. He looked as if he was about to cry. How can you be so knowledgeable? Yang Chen really admired his sworn brother. What kind of good things could not escape his eyes? It could be said that the one that attracted Yang Chen the most was already in the hands of big brother Li Qing. It was even possible that big brother Li Qing had already taken it. At this time, the women had come out of the demon realm from the mountain river geographical map. As soon as they came out, they found that Yang Chen was acting pitifully in front of big brother Li Qing. They didn't know what had happened, so they didn't care about the killing intent around them. They surrounded him and asked. Nothing. Yang Chen's face returned to normal. He smiled at the women and let them adapt to the environment here first. Although all the blood corpses had been collected and the mouth of the corpse disposal was temporarily controlled, the blood qi and killing intent here were still very strong. Not everyone could bear it. The one who had the biggest reaction was Lin Jingyuan. The sudden killing intent from all directions made him nervous. However, the soil, rocks, and even the river here were releasing a murderous aura. He couldn't tell which enemy it was at all. After a moment of confusion, he first shouted at the top of his lungs, then fell silent. He looked around blankly, as if he was thinking about something. Ao Lan and Ao Lai did not have much of a reaction. They only put up their guard for a while. After that, they ignored them and slowly adapted to the environment. On the other hand, after Madame Bai and her group came out, Madame Bai fanned her face veil in disgust. She didn't like the smell and atmosphere here. However, everyone was an expert among cultivators. Naturally, they understood the benefits of adapting to this environment. So, even though Madame Bai didn't like it, she still stayed here and didn't return to the mountain river geographical map. She just circulated her energy to resist, not letting the killing intent invade her body. Chapter 22:12. After all the women settled down, Yang Chen strongly warned and stopped them from entering the Immortal beheading platform. Then, he sat down alone and began to think about how to choose the primordial heaven elixir for the women. Among all the innumerable tribulation true immortals he had killed, Yang Chen naturally looked forward to the three pure Tao ancestors Taishang Laojuan's elixir the most. According to the order that Yang Chen had killed, the three pure Tao ancestors' elixir should be the third last one. Unfortunately, there was only one empty seat now. The primordial heaven elixir of the Tao ancestors had been taken by Brother Li Qing. That was why Yang Chen had such a big reaction. That was the primordial heaven elixir of the three pure Tao ancestors. Although he had no chance to be the disciple of the Tao ancestors, it was a unique opportunity to inherit the cultivation of the Tao ancestors in this way. Unfortunately, Big Brother Li Qing had already snatched this opportunity away from him. Until now, Yang Chen began to wonder how Big Brother Li Qing would know this, and how he could take the first step. How did he get the Heaven Yuan pill without refining the Immortal beheading stage's corpse dump and establishing that kind of connection with the Immortal beheading stage? What made Yang Chen even more incredulous was how Brother Li Qing knew which immortals had been killed by him and which immortals had been killed by previous executioners. Even if he could calculate the age, how did Brother Li Qing find the primordial heaven elixir of the three pure Tao ancestors accurately? Don't think about it. I know a lot of things, including many things that you don't know. Brother Li Qing sat beside Yang Chen with two jade bowls in his hands. He handed one to Yang Chen and said, "Take out the wine. Drinking wine in this atmosphere is the most comfortable enjoyment." Murderous intent was like wine. Yang Chen didn't know how to evaluate Big Brother Li Qing's interest. However, when he was an executioner, he often drank wine on the execution ground. It was indeed a special taste. He took out a jar of old wine and opened it according to Brother Li Qing's request. He quietly waited for the murderous aura to invade the jar and turn the whole jar into blood red. Then, he poured wine for Brother Li Qing and himself. The two of them held the jade bowls and gently clinked them against each other. Then, both of them drained their cups in one gulp. At this moment, even the jade bowl had turned the color of blood. It was as if two people were drinking fresh blood. It looked extremely hideous. Yang Chen was just puzzled from the beginning, but he did not doubt Brother Li Qing. Brother Li Qing specially came to explain. At this moment, the doubts in Yang Chen's mind had already disappeared with the bowl of wine. It seemed that it was normal for Brother Li Qing to know these things. "Brother, what do you think I should choose?" Yang Chen asked Chen sincerely. Brother Li Qing. To be honest, he was also hesitant between certain choices. Since Big Brother Li Qing knew so much, it was appropriate to ask for his guidance. Since Brother Chen knew that Li spirit sect, Li cultivation, Big Brother Li Qing didn't refuse and immediately said, "At least that luck can help you do a lot of things." The first one was the last one Yang Chen killed, the former Jade Emperor. Big Brother Li Qing said this for Yang Chen's sake. Although the Jade Emperor had behaved like a coward on the immortal slaying platform, he was a real infinite tribulation true immortal with innate luck. Although he could not provide much help to Yang Chen in terms of fighting, he could help Yang Chen in improving his cultivation and other aspects. As for the second one, Big Brother Li Qing was not polite at all. He commented one by one, "It depends on which one of them ranks first in your heart." "Ah, you!" Yang Chen called out Gao Yu without hesitation. There was no need for Yang Chen to hesitate. When he chose the first one, the second one would definitely be Gao Yu's. Choose the two most important ones, and distribute the rest as you see fit. Big Brother Li Qing only picked the most important ones and didn't need to comment on the rest. Just see which one is suitable. For example, the one in the Moon Palace, I think she is very suitable for Shanshan. Fairy Chang'e lived in the Moon Palace. Yang Chen thought for a while and nodded. It was said that Chang'e was very cold, and so was Shi Shanshan. The two women had similar personalities and the same element. They were both of the gold element. Speaking of which, it was quite appropriate. Big Brother, one person can use at most 1 or 2 heavenly primary pills. After solving the problem of Yang Chen's selection, Yang Chen couldn't let Big Brother Li Qing go so easily. He pointed at Madame Bai and said with a bitter smile, "There are more than 1,000 girls over there. Big Brother, you can't just watch them die, right? You only left a few hundred for me. We can share them here and bring some back to the sect. You can't let her go empty-handed, can you? Don't you feel embarrassed?" "I forgot about them." Big Brother Li Qing slapped his thigh and said regretfully. Seeing that there were more than 1,000 girls on Madame Bai's side, Big Brother Li Qing couldn't help but frown. He said with a pained expression, "What a loss! She really can't bear to see me have something good. After I go up, I will settle the account with her. If I don't extort his bone marrow, I won't be surnamed Li." Although he was very reluctant, Big Brother Li Qing agreed to help Yang Chen deal with Madame Bai. This was more than 1,000 heavenly primary pills. He didn't know how many Big Brother Li Qing took in the beginning. Anyway, his current expression was very distressed. Just listening to the way he planned to deal with Ancestor Lu, he knew how unwilling he was. "Are we going to stay here for 1,000 years?" After finishing the business, Yang Chen asked this question. Yang Chen didn't need to stay near the space all the time. As long as he could establish a close connection in the early stage, he could refine it anywhere else. It was the same in the mortal world when refining the immortal beheading stage, the core of the demon continent, and the spiritual world when refining the entrance of the demon space. So Yang Chen wanted to know if it was necessary to stay here. There must be a lot of things to worry about outside. You won't have a chance to calm down if you go out. Big Brother Li Qing didn't care about this. He mainly considered from Yang Chen's point of view. In addition, if you go out and someone comes to ask for the secret of the Valley of No Return, are you going to give it to them or not? What if the other party makes a move? These were all practical issues that Yang Chen had to consider. The major sect was now busy dealing with the Zhao family, especially the mysterious Heaven sect. It was estimated that they were worried about Lin Zongxuan's death. If the secret of the Valley of No Return was added, someone might really make a move. In this way, it was quiet here, and it could allow the girls to gain experience without being disturbed by the outside world. Even if someone had the ability to break in, with so many masters here, it was easy to get in but difficult to get out. It was just right to cultivate here, absorb the heavenly primary pills, and refine the immortal beheading stage. The top priority was to distribute the heavenly primary pills and let the girls start cultivating early. Chapter 22:13. When distributing Tianyuan Dan, Yang Chen did follow Big Brother Li Qing's suggestion and took the Jade Emperor's Tianyuan Dan and gave the Queen Mother's Tianyuan Dan to Gao Yu. From the bottom of his heart, Yang Chen didn't want the Jade Emperor's Tianyuan Dan. Gao Yu had the Emperor's aura. If she used this one, the effect should be better. However, big brother Li Qing said something later, which made Yang Chen completely accept this one. At least with that emperor's fate, you can control so many beautiful wives and concubines around you. Big brother Li Qing said with a smile, and at the same time, he seemed to know Yang Chen's thoughts and added, the emperor's aura is too hard and easy to break. If a Yu keeps cultivating like this, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. But the Queen Mother leads the harem of the heavenly court, and she also has the aura of the emperor. The latter sentence was more useful than any words. As long as it was good for Gao Yu, Yang Chen would definitely accept it. Without saying anything, Yang Chen first gave the Tianyuan Dan of the Queen Mother to Gao Yu. Yang Chen took the Jade Emperor's one, Moon Lord Chang Yi Fairy's one was given to Shi Shanshan, and Gong Sunling got the Tianyuan Dan of the Nine Heavens Fairy. There were not many Tianyuan Dan for the female immortals. Sun Qingxue chose the Longevity Star, and Zhou Xianying got the Sun Lord. The Murong sisters got the Five Virtues Star, which happened to have all 5 elements. Shi Wushuang and Tao Junqi got the Fortune Star and the Fortune Star respectively, and with Sun Qingxue, they were the Fortune Star, and Longevity Star. Lady Fanghua got the Black Tortoise of the 4 Sacred Beasts, 28 disciples got the 28 constellations, just enough to cultivate the 28 constellations sky-splitting formation, and the remaining 2 got the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird of the 4 Sacred Beasts. Xiao Tian didn't fall. He was a dragon, but he didn't take anything else. He directly grabbed the White Tiger's Tianyuan Dan and swallowed it. White Tiger was in charge of killing, and Xiao Tian seemed to be just right. He had already swallowed one before, but Big Brother Li Qing said that the dragon race was naturally blessed by the heavens, so it didn't matter if they took 2 or 3 more than ordinary cultivators. In fact, apart from the top 3, which belonged to the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother and the 3 pure Taoist ancestors, the others did not carry anything else at all. There was only the purest energy of essence of true immortal in innumerable tribulations. As long as the property was suitable, anyone could use it. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother's heavenly essence pills had more luck and the aura of an emperor. Queen Mother of the West was a true celestial emperor-empress, and would be of great benefit to Gao Yu. Once she could absorb it, even the experts of the immortal world would be knocked down a great realm by her. Yang Chen did not know what was inside the Tao ancestor, nor did he want to know. He had a feeling that there must be a very close connection between Brother Li Qing and the Tao ancestor. When a man achieved the Tao, his fowls and dogs would ascend to heaven. There must be those who followed Yang Chen. The 24 Penglai divine wood demons were his people who had been completely marked by Yang Chen. They usually looked after the house diligently and did not show their existence. However, Yang Chen would not forget them. The 24 Penglai divine wood demons divided the 12 primordial stars and 6 Ding and 6 Jia, which was suitable for the 12 primordial stars sea-suppressing formation. In addition to Yang Chen's family, there were many guests here. For example, Madame Bai's group, Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and Lin Jingyuan. The heavenly essence pills of Madame Bai and the others were taken care of by Brother Li Qing. There was no need for Yang Chen to worry. However, Yang Chen had to think about Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and Lin Jingyuan. Yang Chen knew that those sent from the immortal world were Madame Bai, Lin Jingyuan, and Zhou Xianying. There was no need to think about Madame Bai for now. Zhou Xianying was his wife. Yang Chen would definitely not mistreat her. As for Lin Jingyuan, Yang Chen was thinking about how to deal with him. If Xiao Qin gave him the heavenly essence pills, he had to make him remember this big favor. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts? However, now that Lin Jingyuan was muddle-headed, could he remember what Yang Chen had done? However, very soon, Yang Chen did not have to worry about this. Under the stimulation of the dense killing intent, Lin Jingyuan was no longer the Lin Jingyuan who did not think about anything. Previously, when he was fighting with the great desolate sex Elder Feng, Lin Jingyuan had shown a period of thinking. It was just that the pressure at that time was not big enough, or it could be said that it did not last long enough. As a result, Lin Jingyuan did not wake up from that muddled state. The Valley of No Return was filled with crazy killing intent. In such an environment where he could not find an opponent, Lin Jingyuan started to think seriously again. Xiao Chen's face no longer looked like he did not think about anything. Instead, it slowly turned lively. This was a good thing. If Lin Jingyuan could regain his consciousness here, Yang Chen would owe him a big favor. Not to mention the favor of taking care of Xiao Chen and preventing the spiritual realm's natives from humiliating him. Just allowing Xiao Chen to regain his consciousness was a huge favor. Furthermore, this did not include the heavenly essence pills that Xiao Chen was going to give Xiao Chen. Based on Lin Jingyuan's appearance, he would need at most 100 years in this Valley of No Return to recover. Yang Chen might as well prepare something for Xiao Chen first. Then, when Xiao Chen woke up, Yang Chen would throw an unparalleled benefit at him. He would not have to worry about not getting anything in return. Next would be Aolan and Aolai. It looked like there were two of them. However, if Xiao Chen really wanted to give Aolan 2 portions, she would definitely keep one for Hualong. That would be 3 portions in total. Aolai was a friend of Yang Chen's from the mortal world. He was much closer to Aolai than Aolan. Right now, Aolai was suppressed by Aolan in terms of cultivation, seniority, and status. He did not dare to resist at all. If he could raise his cultivation, Aolai's days would be better. However, this favor could not be given out on a whim. At the very least, Yang Chen had to get something in return. Having more dragon race helpers was not a bad thing. It all depended on what Aolan thought. Yang Chen only hid things from Aolan to a certain extent. This Valley of No Return was a secret land that Xiao Chen knew of. There were some things in there that could raise a cultivator's cultivation quickly. Furthermore, there were no disadvantages. Furthermore, they were guaranteed to reach the level of a myriad tribulation true immortal. Hence, Xiao Chen had to treat these things with caution. Speak then. What do you want? Aolan had interacted with Yang Chen for a long time, so her character had become more straightforward. This was especially so when she faced Yang Chen. At most, I will stand by your side and advance and retreat together. We will fight to the death together. What else do you want? There is no need. This guarantee was more effective than anything else. If Aolan stood by Yang Chen's side, Yang Chen would definitely clap his hands and welcome her. This is for you. Yang Chen directly handed the Eastern Sea Dragon King's heavenly essence pill to Aolan. Then, he said honestly, this is a heavenly essence pill that contains all the essence of the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Senior Ao Guang. It is very beneficial to your cultivation. You can bring it with you to cultivate or swallow it directly. You can decide for yourself. Chapter 22:14. Aolan knew about Yang Chen's origins. Hence, she did not find it strange that Yang Chen could take out such an item. However, Aolan was still startled, nearly losing her composure. She goggled and stared at Yang Chen incredulously. Where is this place? A place that is somewhat connected. Yang Chen did not explain things that clearly. However, that was enough. Given the records left by the Dragon Race seniors, Aolan would definitely know where this place was. Aolan immediately turned serious. She even bowed in the direction of the blood pool in the middle. Then, she carefully put away the Eastern Sea Dragon King's heavenly essence pill. Just me? After Aolan put away the heavenly essence pill, she immediately asked Yang Chen for more. Aolai is still here. There is also that little brother of mine. You cannot let the two of them go empty-handed, right? Is there a need for you to say that? Yang Chen retorted unhappily. He knew that she would definitely want Fire Dragon's share. Aolai excitedly received the heavenly essence pill of another Dragon King. Aolan also received another heavenly essence pill for Fire Dragon. From the looks of it, there is no need to ascend to the immortal realm. When the Murong sisters' cultivation increases sufficiently, they will be able to reincarnate. Aolan looked very happy. She originally thought that it would take several thousand years or even longer. Unexpectedly, she saw hope so soon. Right now, Aolan stood on Yang Chen's side. It could be said that the dragon race of the astral realm stood on Yang Chen's side as well. When all these forces were added up, it would be sufficient to destroy the profound heaven sect. Xiao Chun did not know what other trump cards the Zhao clan had. However, after the lower realm experts of the various great sect clashed with them, they should not be too difficult to deal with. Of course, before doing all this, Yang Chen's first task was to refine the immortal killing platform's corp. Xiao Chun had come to Valley of No Return for this. He could not forget about the proper matters. Madame Bai did not know what Big Brother Li Cheng had said. In any case, she had been smiling all this while. Her face was covered with a veil, and her smile could not be seen. However, her eyes, which had been curved and had not been opened normally, were sufficient to explain everything. Yang Chun had already explained to everyone that they should focus on improving their cultivation and not hold back. On the other hand, Gong Sunling had to refine the demon world as soon as possible. There wasn't much time left for everyone. In the Valley of No Return, under the stimulation of such a terrifying killing intent, everyone began to cultivate and gain experience. As for Yang Chen himself, he began to improve his cultivation while refining the Valley of No Return. While Yang Chen's family was calmly cultivating, the outside world was not so peaceful. Many things have happened in the past 50 years. The first was a clue about the Valley of No Return. As long as a cultivator knew that Grandmaster Yang had entered the Valley of No Return, they would more or less try to find records of the Valley of No Return in their possession or in the sect's collection. The Valley of No Return was one of the 3 great danger zones of the spiritual realm. Before it was recognized as a danger zone, there were still many people who did not believe it and wanted to go in and explore. For cultivators, this kind of place with a story, restrictions, and dangers usually meant that a fortuitous encounter was brewing. It all depended on who was lucky enough to be able to eat this fortuitous encounter. Soon, the major sect turned over a lot of speculations about the Valley of No Return from some old book. These were all done by the previous ancestors. Later, these cultivators also directly entered the Valley of No Return and never returned. Although they had no way to come out of the Valley of No Return, the research content they left behind was still a little useful. Many cultivators began to speculate bit by bit according to the clues left by their predecessors. However, although there were many speculations, none of them were true. Even if some of the previous cultivators made various possible inferences and came up with some safe ways to enter and exit, they had not come out of the Valley of No Return so far. Therefore, no one dared to believe them. For a time, the research on the Valley of No Return was stuck here. Inferring from Grandmaster Yang's previous practice, the Valley of No Return was definitely accessible. There was no doubt that there were great benefits inside, but no one knew how to go in and out. It was easy to go in, but difficult to come out. Didn't they see that there was no news of the cultivators who went in? After more than 10 years, the research on the Valley of No Return was finally slowly put down. They really couldn't find a suitable way, and they didn't know how Grandmaster Yang knew the secret inside. Although the major sect did not focus on the Valley of No Return, they did not relax in other aspects. The first was the Zhao family. Ancestor Zhou Xing of the mysterious Heaven sect led the masters of the major sect to enter the core of the trial ground. There was no news of them for 50 years, so everyone couldn't help but be afraid. However, the core of the trial ground was also one of the danger zones. The parties really didn't have the courage to send their disciples in. They could only wait outside. The only thing everyone could be sure of was that the Zhao family didn't make a big move, which meant that these ancestors should be restraining the Zhao family. The mysterious Heaven sect was still investigating the cause of Ancestor Lin Zhongshuan's death. There was no other way, Ancestor Lin was simply too important. He had lost his life for no reason, so no sect would easily give up on him. Ever since the Zhao family's conspiracy was discovered, no sect in the spiritual world had the foundation to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Otherwise, if Zhou Shunglin and Zhongshuan's actions were spread to the heavenly court, it was unknown what kind of changes would be caused. While the mysterious Heaven sect was frantically investigating, the Black Tortoise Academy was also investigating. The son of the Great Elder, Lu Wuji, was identified by the Profound Heaven sect and the Great Wilderness sect as the murderer of Elder Feng. There was a recording of Lu Wuji's confession. At the same time, there was also material evidence, which was the 8 Revolution pill. However, the Black Tortoise Academy obviously didn't think so. That 8th Revolution pill was something that only the core higher-ups knew about. It was truly left behind by the seniors of Black Tortoise Academy. In the past, there was a similar senior who came down to the mortal world. The result was that he left behind some treasures for the Black Tortoise Academy. That 8 Revolution pill was one of them. Later on, it was kept by the Great Elder. However, this pill also became the evidence of a crime, which made the Black Tortoise Academy suspect that the mysterious Heaven sect didn't come here for Lu Wuji, but for this 8 Revolution pill. One must know that at that time, Lin Zhongshuan was seriously injured and his life was only kept alive by Yang Chen's Ganoderma Jade pill. This 8 Revolution pill had an incomparable effect on him. This was the truth. An 8 Revolution pill completely stabilized Lin Zhongshuan's injuries, and he could even sit up and talk. This made people suspect that the mysterious Heaven sect didn't know that Lu Wuji had such a pill, so they deliberately framed him and took the pill. Chapter 22:15. However, Black Tortoise Academy could only swallow their anger for the time being. After all, Lu Wuji had personally admitted to many crimes. Although everyone in Black Tortoise Academy, including Lu Wuji's father, the Great Elder, did not believe that Lu Wuji had the ability to deal with a golden immortal expert with a killing curse, the things that he personally admitted could not be refuted in a short period of time. Of course, the things that Lu Wuji had done before could not be erased. After Lu Wuji's death, those experts who could not be killed by the curse and could only be bedridden miraculously began to recover at the same time. Among these people, there were many experts and disciples of Big Sect. Black Tortoise Academy would be in a terrible situation if these people were to cause trouble. Another thing that gave Great Elder a headache was that Lu Wuji did not only deal with the enemies outside, but also the experts within the sect. At the very least, there were no less than 10 people who had disagreements with Lu Wuji or were competitors with the Great Elder. Not to mention Lu Wuji, even the Great Elder could not afford to commit the crime of harming his fellow disciples. Therefore, he could only temporarily retreat with hatred and wait for the day when he could make a comeback. However, whether it was the sect master or the Great Elder of Black Tortoise Academy, they were not willing to admit that this matter was exposed by Profound Heaven sect. Every sect would protect their own people, and Black Tortoise Academy was no exception. Especially when the core members of Black Tortoise Academy thought that Profound Heaven sect was only doing this for an 8 Revolution pill. Preconceived notions were very troublesome, and it was almost impossible to get rid of them once they were certain. At that time, everyone knew about Lin Zhongshuan's injuries. If it wasn't for this 8 Revolution pill, he might not have been able to hold on until Great Master Yang finished refining the pill. Black Tortoise Academy could understand Great Wilderness sect's actions. Any other sect would also investigate the matter with great fanfare when one of their grandmasters disappeared inexplicably. In this regard, Great Wilderness sect did a good job. It was just a simple investigation. Even after the investigation, they only sent Lu Wuji and the evidence of his crimes over without asking for anything else. It was precisely because Great Wilderness Sect did not ask for anything other than revenge that Black Tortoise Academy could accept it. However, Profound Heaven Sect could not forgive them for doing this just for an 8-revolution pill. Even though it was not the time to fall out with Profound Heaven Sect, the thorn in their hearts had been firmly planted. Lin Zongxuan died well. The higher-ups of the Black Tortoise Academy were secretly delighted. Who told you to covet my family's 8-revolution pills? Now you're facing retribution, aren't you? Basically, the higher-ups of a super sect all had the same thought. If it weren't for this guy, how could they have suffered another loss in the Zhao family's lair? This fellow was truly too arrogant. So long as it was a mysterious immortal realm expert that had come into contact with him, they would be infuriated by his arrogant, despotic, and condescending attitude. At the same time, the mysterious Heaven Sect was still searching for Lin Zongxuan's murderer both inside and outside the sect. The native slave who did this had already committed suicide, so they couldn't obtain any testimony from him. However, there were many cultivators who had come into contact with him, so they had to capture and interrogate them one by one. Sect Master Wu was already furious. Lin Zongxuan's death made him sit on the crater of a volcano. If he couldn't find the culprit, then either Grandmaster Zhou Xing would kill him when he returned, or he would be tortured to death by the Grandmaster after ascending. The dignified mysterious Heaven Sect couldn't even protect an injured disciple, so what was the use of having a sect master? The same thing had actually happened once in the mysterious Heaven Sect. It was also the Zhao family who took action and caught all the experts who were resurrected through the divine perching jade. At that time, the mysterious Heaven Sect's sect master was still Sect Master Wang, and he almost collapsed because of this. After that, he was successfully plotted against by the Zhao family, and it was also because of this that he was stimulated. However, after decades of investigation, there were a lot of suspects, but no one had the chance to make a move. Every cultivator had the motive to make a move, but no one could really say who could really put it into practice. In the mysterious Heaven Sect, everyone was in danger. Everyone understood that on one hand, Sect Master Wu was investigating the cause of Grandmaster Lin's death, and on the other hand, he was wantonly eradicating dissidents. There was no other way. Sect Master Wu's foundation was too shallow. His biggest reliance was Zhou Xing and Lin Zongxuan. Now, Zhou Xing was still in the core of the trial ground, and he didn't know when he would come back, but Lin Zongxuan was already dead. Seeing that the position of the acting sect master was about to be lost, how could Sect Master Wu not take the initiative to gain the upper hand? When Sect Master Wu took the position, there were not many disciples in the mysterious Heaven Sect who truly supported him wholeheartedly. It was completely different from Sect Master Li's support rate of more than 90% at that time. One had to know that before Sect Master Li became the sect master, he had repeatedly made great contributions. In addition, at that time there was Yang Chen's support behind him, and all kinds of benefits were sprinkled out like flowing water. How many people in the mysterious Heaven Sect were indebted to him, and how many people supported him? This kind of good popularity was absolutely not something that Sect Master Wu possessed. Even now, it was unknown how many disciples in the mysterious Heaven Sect stood on the side of Sect Master Wu in name, but in their hearts they still thought of Sect Master Li. This was something that Sect Master Wu was well aware of. Sect Master Wu's ascension was really too impatient. If according to normal development, Sect Master Li would definitely ascend in 1 or 2,000 years. At that time, there was at least an 80% chance that Sect Master Wu would take over the mysterious Heaven Sect, which focused on tradition. Unfortunately, Zhou Xing and Lin Zongxuan, who came from above, paid too much attention to tradition. In addition, they suddenly enjoyed the taste of power and became muddle-headed, thinking that they could solve everything, which caused Sect Master Wu to be in an awkward situation now. If he wanted to gain recognition from inside and outside the sect, then he must have contributions that could be taken out. Sect Master Li did this in the past, but Sect Master Wu was unable to do it now. Therefore, for the sake of his current position, Sect Master Wu must do something to prove that he was worthy of the title of Sect Master. Internal cleansing was necessary, otherwise, he would not be able to sit in this position and fulfill his ambitions. Sect Master Li was still under house arrest and was said to be in seclusion. Once someone released Sect Master Li, it would be big trouble. However, for the time being, Sect Master Wu still did not dare to touch Sect Master Li, otherwise, it would be even more difficult to explain. He could only brandish the butcher's knife towards those disciples who were loyal to Sect Master Li. As long as it was someone who could threaten his position as Sect Master, they were all suspects, so he had to go to the Law Enforcement Hall first. The Law Enforcement Hall of the Mysterious Heaven Sect had become the busiest law enforcement hall in the entire spiritual realm. Every day, a large number of Mysterious Heaven Sect disciples were sent to court. At this time, it was the disciples with low cultivation who were lucky. After all, their strength was limited, and even if they had other thoughts, they did not have the ability. The real unlucky ones were those experts. However, if Sect Master Wu really brandished the butcher's knife in the sect, he was afraid that his position would become more and more unstable. At this time, Heavenly Dipper Great Elder Li came up with an idea. Chapter 22:16. The Celestial Gang Elders were only responsible for protecting the sect master and did not participate in the affairs of the sect. This was the tradition and the bottom line that the Celestial Gang Elders adhered to. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Shenglin Zong soon killed this disobedient one and that unpleasant one, but he never had any thoughts about the Celestial Gang Elders. The cultivators who purely did things and did not participate in any open and secret fights were in high demand in the eyes of any sect. The Celestial Gang Elders were like this. In fact, it was not Elder Li's initiative to propose the method, but he accidentally proposed it when he and another Celestial Gang Elder were studying a certain battle case. Among them, he used the words of killing with a borrowed knife, which happened to be heard by the worried Sect Master Wu. Killing with a borrowed knife, the accumulated depression in Sect Master Wu's heart was suddenly swept away. As long as it was not killed by himself, it was another matter if it was killed by an outsider. A large number of disciples who were not obedient and were purged were suspected of murdering Grandmaster Lin in the sect, but it was claimed that they were the culprits who broke into Chunyang Palace and destroyed the gate of Chunyang Palace. They were hidden very deeply and were only recently dug out. These masters were sealed and then sent directly to Chunyang Palace. The palace master of Chunyang Palace was not stingy. No matter how many came, he would kill them all, not for anything else, but to set up a fierce reputation for Chunyang Palace. Anyway, these people were sent by your profound heaven sect. If you said they were murderers, then they were murderers. Just kill them. On one side, they were happy to kill, and on the other side, they were proud of sending them out. Both sides were very satisfied. Similarly, other sect was also very satisfied. All sect members understood that Chunyang Palace and Profound Heaven sect could never be in cahoot. One was a new super sect that had risen in the mortal world, and the other was an old super sect that had no foundation. These two sects were now like fire and water. As long as Profound Heaven sect Master Wu stood firm and controlled the situation, then the next step would definitely be to kill Chunyang Palace. Everyone could see it, including Chunyang Palace. Now, everyone was facing the threat of the Zhao family together. Once there was no external pressure, the two sides would definitely fight each other. Chunyang Palace took the opportunity to weaken the power of Xiantian sect, and Sect Master Wu used the hands of Chunyang Palace to eliminate dissidents. Both sides took what they needed. When people were impatient, they couldn't care about anything else. It was impossible for the Mysterious Heaven sect to only have the strength on the surface. Such a large-scale purge would definitely cause the sect's strength to decline greatly. In order to prevent others from misunderstanding that the mysterious Heaven sect's strength had declined, Sect Master Wu directly absorbed the power of those sects that had secretly sided with the mysterious Heaven sect into the mysterious Heaven sect, allowing them to move from the dark to the light. These forces had always been outside the sect and had little to do with the sect. On the contrary, they were a group of effective forces that Sect Master Wu was most at ease with. A large number of them were developed by Sect Master Wu in the mortal world. They could almost be said to be his trusted aides. Suddenly, a group of strange masters or masters that no one had noticed before joined the mysterious Heaven sect, which also attracted the attention of many sect, especially those sect that had been guarding against the mysterious Heaven sect. When the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was destroyed, Yang Chen put the bodies of 3 masters of the Three River Alliance and the 10,000 Demon sect among the masters of the mysterious Heaven sect. The Golden Immortal Grandmaster of the Qiankuan sect saw through it and informed several sects. This matter had been investigated, but it had never been investigated openly. At least, no one in the mysterious Heaven sect knew about it. The first was the origin of the mask. At that time, several masters of the sect who were present brought back a small fragment and secretly investigated it according to its aura. Things during the Devil Tribulation were still a bit chaotic. It took a lot of effort to investigate, but everyone still got the results one after another. This kind of fragment was indeed obtained by the mysterious Heaven sect from the spies of the Zhao family of the various sects. At that time, in order to put on a good show, Hall Master Zhu and the others went around in a big circle in the major sect, but they were still seen through by Sect Master Li. Those spies of the Zhao family were captured by the major sect, and some people had memories of these beasts. One sect even intercepted one. After the origin of the fragment was confirmed, it could basically be confirmed that the 3 masters were secretly hiding in the mysterious Heaven sect. This also meant that the mysterious Heaven sect was no longer so trustworthy. If Sect Master Li was in charge of the mysterious Heaven sect, perhaps these sect who knew about it would not be so suspicious. However, the change of Sect Master in the mysterious Heaven sect this time was too abnormal. It was just a change of Sect Master, but they actually killed all 3 core high-level members, including the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. This was a different matter. To put it nicely, it was an inevitable sacrifice when the sect transferred power. After all, a new emperor brought a new generation of ministers. To put it bluntly, this was clearly a plot to usurp the throne. Although the mysterious Heaven sect could not be called a dynasty, the meaning was the same. As long as the major sect often reviewed the history, they would know what the Zhao family's method of devouring the major sect was. The 5 Elements sect was almost killed by Sect Master Cui, and then the Zhao family took over. The Holocaust sect was obviously plotted against, and then the Zhao family occupied the position of the sect master. The mysterious Heaven sect was the same, but it was seen through by Sect Master Li at the beginning. When Sect Master Li took charge of the sect, everyone united as one, and caused a huge blow to the Zhao family. However, this Sect Master Wu suddenly took charge of the sect from the Earth Immortal realm, and Sect Master Li claimed to be in seclusion. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed to be the same as the Holocaust sect in the past. Logically speaking, this was the method of Zhou Xing and Lin Zhongxuan sent down from above, and the Zhao family should not be involved. However, everyone understood that the Zhao family had arrangements in the spiritual realm in the mortal world. Would the celestial world let it go? If Sect Master Wu came to power and immediately spared no effort to attack the Zhao family, then it would be fine. However, as soon as one side came to power, their ally Chunyang Palace was immediately attacked. Moreover, the sect masters of the major sect, including the mysterious Heaven sect, had made a heart demon oath to ensure the safety of Chunyang Palace for thousands of years. Although it was Sect Master Wang who made the oath at that time, Sect Master Wu's move could not escape the suspicion of making Sect Master Wang agree to the oath. There was also a sense of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors. Then there was a large-scale purge in the mysterious Heaven sect, and then a group of strange and previously unknown experts appeared. Thinking of the disappearance of the remaining disciples of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Demon sect, and the identity of the three cultivators behind the masks, it was hard to believe that there was no problem in the mysterious Heaven sect. The mysterious Heaven sect used the hands of Chunyang Palace to kill the disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect, and the other sect also saw it. Everyone was very clear that they couldn't let things go on like this, otherwise it would definitely be big trouble in the future. Soon, several sects secretly sent messengers to Chunyang Palace. I also think there must be a trap in this, but these people have to be killed. The palace master did not hide anything from these messengers. After answering honestly, he immediately asked, "What do you think my Chunyang Palace should do?" Chapter 22:17. The words of the palace master were understood by all the special envoys. Since the Xiantian sect had sent these people over and also set this charge, then with the current strength of Chunyang Palace, they had to pinch their noses and accept it. Even if these guys were wronged, could the palace master say that this was an unjust and false case, and then find the Xiantian sect to reason with? Therefore, if the Xiantian sect said that these guys were the culprits of the destruction of the Chunyang Palace, then they were, even if they were not. There was no other way to deal with it, only to kill. Since a lot of them had been killed in the beginning, they must continue to kill now. Otherwise, the fierce reputation that Chunyang Palace had built with great difficulty would be lost. This was also the reason why the palace master helplessly asked these envoys what to do. Keep their lives and use a camouflage. The envoy of the Qiankuan sect immediately replied, "I have a magic weapon here that can create some illusions. When they are killed, we will also appear and try to attract the attention of the representatives of the Xiantian sect. Chunyang Palace will secretly let these people go." I have no opinion on this. Of course, the palace master would not disagree with this. At least the representatives of the 10 super sect came secretly. How could they give this face? But there were still follow-up questions to be asked. What should we do after saving the lives of these masters of the Xiantian sect? This time, the envoys of the major sect were somewhat silent. From the bottom of their hearts, each of these masters wanted to pull into their own sect. Since these masters had already been the target of purging by the Xiantian sect, they would not return to the Xiantian sect in the future. With so many masters joining any sect, they would be welcomed. However, everyone was a little wary of each other. They could not watch these masters join a certain sect, which would affect the balance between the sects. However, if these experts were to be split up and join a few sects, there would be a situation where there would be too many mouths and it would be impossible to keep it a secret. Chunyang Palace would definitely not agree to this idea. At this time, Chunyang Palace did not have the strength to fight against Xiantian sect. Once Xiantian sect knew that Chunyang Palace was pretending to agree but secretly disobeyed, they would probably be wiped out. Since they couldn't swallow it, and they weren't willing to give it to others, and they couldn't split it up, there was only one way left. That was to push it all to a sect that wasn't strong enough to threaten everyone. For example, the Chunyang Palace in front of him was very suitable. Now, all the major sect had their suspicions about the mysterious Heaven sect. Although they hadn't pointed it out yet, their suspicions were already there. Those that the martial sect master wanted to purge must be people that everyone wanted to rope in. Moreover, many of them were famous experts who had fought against the Zhao clan. It would be a pity if they died just like that. Take them all in Chunyang Palace. In fact, everyone had considered this problem and met with each other. There was basically no objection. They sent this group of masters to Chunyang Palace, let them live incognito, hide secretly, and appear again when necessary. As early as before Yang Chen left, he had talked about this with the head of the palace. Therefore, everything that the palace master did was already arranged by Yang Chen. It was just to make such an appearance, and the major sect still had to agree. As for Elder Tiangang Li's sentence of killing with a borrowed knife, it was not accidental. It was a tacit understanding with Yang Chen in advance, just for this day. From the time Yang Chen buried the 3 bodies that did not belong to Xiantian sect, Yang Chen had expected this day. After Lin Zhongxuan's death, the martial sect master would definitely lose his composure and be impatient. As long as he was impatient, there would be no calmness, he would lose his wise thinking, he would make some stupid moves, and he would desperately want to prove something. All this would only prove one thing, that was, haste makes waste, and everything else was just a bubble. Because of the fight against the Zhao clan, no cultivators had ascended in the past 1,000 years. Everyone left their masters in the spiritual world to solve the crisis of the Zhao clan. If there were no cultivators ascending, then the immortal world would not know the current situation of the spiritual world, including the changes in Xiantian sect and the current situation of the Zhao clan. It was estimated that they were naive enough to think that as long as the Golden Immortal Masters and Great Principal Golden Immortal descended, they could solve all the problems, but they did not know the origin of their troubles. The major sect now had another worry, and that was the masters who followed Zhou Xing into the core of the trial. Zhou Xing and Lin Zhongxuan's performance was obviously to destroy the rhythm of Xiantian sect. There was more than an 80% chance that they were the Zhao clan's spies. It didn't matter that Lin Zhongxuan was dead, but Zhou Xing had brought so many masters into the core of the trial. Who knew what kind of dangerous arrangements would be made? Once something happened to the Golden Immortal Masters of the major sect, the Zhao clan would immediately sweep the world. Even if everyone sent people to ascend now and waited for the immortal world to arrange for the masters to descend, it would probably be too late. Therefore, all parties had begun to arrange for suitable disciples to ascend, and then arrange for some masters to be ready to descend at any time. As for the changes in Xiantian sect, the disciples of the major sect who had ascended had a tacit understanding not to mention it. Xiantian sect had already gained a huge advantage by controlling the heavenly court. Did they have to remind them to make their sect stronger and dominate the heavenly court longer? Since Xiantian sect had sent Zhou Xing and Lin Zhongxuan, no one could be sure that the Zhao clan had not infiltrated the Xiantian sect. This was also one of the reasons why everyone had unanimously concealed the news. Anyway, no matter what happened to Xiantian sect in the spiritual world, everyone was happy to see the overall strength of Xiantian sect weakened. It was best if Xiantian sect and the Zhao clan perished together, that would be the most perfect outcome. In this situation, Chunyang Palace easily reached a secret agreement with the major sect. On the surface, they executed these purged masters according to the wishes of Xiantian sect, but in fact, they enriched their own sect and strengthened their own strength. There was also one thing that the representatives of the sect did not mention, and that was about the Valley of No Return. Yang Chen had entered the Valley of No Return for decades and had not come out. The cultivators who followed Yang Chen's family and had not received any news so far, and they did not know what was going on inside. However, Yang Chen's family had long been prepared, and they had already said that it would take 1,000 years. At this time, everyone could not ask the palace master of Chunyang Palace under the guise of concern. All parties could only rely on their own abilities to see if their own sect had found detailed records and could explore the Valley of No Return. Just when these masters who were stronger than Yang Chen and had better luck than Yang Chen were ready to enter the Valley of No Return, Yang Chen's family had already planned to leave. Chapter 22:18 Yang Chen has initially refined the corpse-throwing mouth of the immortal beheading platform, and there is no need to stay here and refine it at close range. In the Valley of No Return, there is still a murderous aura, but there has been a fundamental change. These murderous auras are only contaminated by the immortal beheading platform over the years. As long as Yang Chen refines the corpse-throwing mouth of the immortal beheading platform, it will become a tree without roots and water without a source, and slowly dissipate. During this period of time, while the corpse-throwing mouth of the immortal beheading platform has not been completely refined, it can still overflow murderous aura, and everyone can practice here. However, this kind of experience does not need to be accumulated for a long time. It is about 8 or 10 years. There is no need to spend a long time in such a place. If it is only Yang Chen's family, it is okay, but there is also Madame Bai in the team, so they need to consider their feelings. It is still necessary to practice, and everyone is at ease here to adapt to the invasion and deterrence of this kind of killing intent. In the future, they will have a greater resistance in this regard. Yang Chen himself, together with Gong Sunling, looked for a suitable feng shui treasure land for those blood corpses in the Mountain River geographical map. These blood corpses are the senior executioners of the immortal beheading platform, and they are colleagues that Yang Chen has never met. Yang Chen has promised to find a feng shui treasure land for them to be buried in peace before. At this time, he naturally has to fulfill his promise. They are originally people of the mortal world and have never cultivated. If they are buried in the spiritual world, I am afraid that the slightly better feng shui treasure land has already been occupied. Even if it is not occupied, it will not last long after they are buried. It will be occupied by others. It is better to find a suitable treasure cave in the Mountain River geographical map. In the Mountain River geographical map, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling have the final say, so there will never be a problem that they worried about before. Yang Chen and elder brother Li Qing have talked about this matter, and elder brother Li Qing has no opinion on this and nodded directly. It is better to bury them in peace than to let them become blood zombies in this corpse-throwing place. Every blood corpse Yang Chen found a treasure cave with excellent feng shui and buried them one by one. Yang Chen also used the name of the younger generation to deal with the aftermath for them and did it meticulously. Strangely enough, the moment before Yang Chen buried them, these blood corpses all revealed the merit rings they wore on their fingers. From the looks of it, it seemed to be thanking Yang Chen for his kindness. Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony and kept the merit rings one by one. After burying all the blood corpses, he opened the merit rings one by one. Those who entered the immortal beheading platform had to be executioners from the mortal world. Back then, when they were selecting the executioners, they had deliberately chosen the ones with dirty hands and feet so that they wouldn't be able to come out after entering. Among the merit rings of these executioners, there were quite a few magic treasures in each of them. They were the natal magic treasures of the immortals they had killed in the past. The death row prisoners who were sent to the immortal beheading platform had all their magic treasures that could be taken away, leaving only their natal magic treasures behind. These were all taken advantage of by the executioners. Not every executioner understood the taboo of the immortal beheading platform. When they saw the good things left behind by the immortals, they all chose to keep these good things according to their habits and stored them in the merit rings. Now, these good things were all taken advantage of by Yang Chen. This was something that Yang Chen did not expect. He did not expect that there would be such a benefit. It must be known that the weakest prisoners who could enter the immortal beheading platform were golden immortals from the immortal world. Every magic treasure was the most desirable natal magic treasure of these cultivators. There were no less than tens of thousands of magic treasures left in these merit rings. Even Yang Chen, who had his eyes opened in the immortal world's heavenly court in his previous life, could not help but feel excited in the face of a large pile of good things that were 1,000 times better than the natal magic treasures of 99% of the cultivators in the spiritual world. While sighing at his good luck, Yang Chen could not help but be afraid. If he had not understood the taboo of the immortal beheading platform, he would not have thought about using these things from the beginning, so he would not have broken the corpses to find the natal magic treasure. Otherwise, seeing these things, how could Yang Chen resist the temptation? It must be known that at that time, as long as the guys in the immortal world were a little famous, most of them were in the immortal beheading platform. Not to mention the natal magic treasure of the three pure Taoist ancestors. How could it not let Yang Chen snatch it at all costs? Xiao Tian could not stand it any more and plunged into these magic treasures of the immortal world, like a drunkard who was the most addicted to wine, plunged into the wine jar and never wanted to come out again. Big brother! Yang Chen's eyes were radiating brilliance, and there was a faint flash of undisguised greed in it. Where are the natal magic treasures of the cultivators I killed? Where are they? Aren't you too greedy? Li Cheng looked up and down at Yang Chen, but did not forget to reach out to cover the Qiankuan bag he carried with him. This obvious action made Yang Chen immediately realize that those good things were in the hands of big brother Li Cheng. In an instant, Yang Chen's eyes emitted the most blazing and friendly light, and his expression became incomparably flattering. Big brother, when we meet, we will share half. I don't ask for anything else. Big brother, you have already taken the Tianyuan pill, then the old man's natal magic treasure will be given to me. The pagoda of the pagoda bearing Heavenly King, the natal magic treasure of the 3 stars of fortune, fortune and longevity, and even the natal magic treasure of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, but all of these were not comparable to the natal magic treasure of the 3 pure Taoist ancestors. At this time, Yang Chen did not care about his face. If he could get the natal magic treasure of the 3 pure Taoist ancestors, Yang Chen would be willing to flatter Yang Chen 10,000 times. The words between the two were very low, and they were not afraid that the people around them would hear it. Even if they heard it, they probably wouldn't understand. But Yang Chen's flattering manner made the women snicker when they saw it. It must be a great benefit to make their husband make such an expression. Don't even think about it. Li Cheng refused Yang Chen very seriously. In addition, the things you just got, you have to give them to me after you are satisfied. I need to refine a magic treasure that can block the exit of the demon realm and the demon realm in the immortal realm. What? He could not get the good things in the hands of big brother Li Cheng, and even his own hands had to be taken out. It was simply bad news for Yang Chen. However, the matter of big brother Li Cheng was serious and could not be delayed. Even if Yang Chen was greedy, he knew the priorities. He handed a pile of merit rings to big brother Li Cheng with a painful face. Although he was reluctant, Yang Chen still took the things out. No matter how good the things were, they couldn't be compared to his own family. What big brother Li Cheng wanted to do could bring a more stable life for his family. In the future, he would no longer have to worry about trouble in the immortal realm. Li Cheng always took the things that Yang Chen gave with a smile, and he nodded secretly in his heart. Not everyone could resist this kind of temptation. The person he had chosen was really not bad. His efforts to nurture him were not in vain. But as compensation, I can allow you to choose one of the 2 choices. Big brother Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen's painful expression and wanted to laugh, but he did not forget to comfort Yang Chen. I will personally help you refine the immortal beheading saber, or I will pass the complete refining method of the universe treasure raising secret to you. You choose. Chapter 22:19. He just got a lot of life source magic weapons of the immortal world masters, but now he had to take them out immediately. Even if Yang Chen knew that this was something that brother Li Cheng needed to do more important things, he still couldn't help but feel a little reluctant in his heart. However, the 2 choices given by brother Li Cheng immediately made Yang Chen no longer complain. With Yang Chen's current situation, it would take at least thousands of years to truly refine the current immortal beheading saber. This was also taking into account the situation of using Tianyuan pill to greatly improve his cultivation. The material of the diamond chakram was not so simple, even if there were tens of thousands of blood corpses helping to refine it with the saber intent and killing intent, it was the same. The current immortal beheading saber was at most resharpened, but it was not really grown into an immortal beheading saber. But the power was many times stronger than when he fought with Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness sect. If he encountered the same situation again, Yang Chen could easily cut off Elder Feng's head with a knife. If Brother Li Qing helped, perhaps Yang Chen could save these thousands of years and directly use the most powerful immortal beheading saber. For Yang Chen, this was definitely a step to the sky. But the other option surprised Yang Chen even more. The complete version of the Universe Treasure Fostering Secret Art. Yang Chen learned the Universe Treasure Fostering Secret Art from the Tao Ancestor before he killed the Tao Ancestor in the Immortal Beheading platform. When Yang Chen wanted to learn the Tao Ancestor's 3 Purities Secret Art and Alchemy Refining Skills, but he could only choose 2. In the end, Yang Chen chose the 3 Purities Secret Art and the Old Lord Pill Scripture. The Universe Treasure Fostering Secret Art was given by the Tao Ancestor. In this way, the Universe Treasure Fostering Secret Art that Yang Chen learned was just a supplement. But the complete version was different. This was the essence of the Tao Ancestors' refining. It could be said that this was the inheritance of the Tao Ancestors' refining. Compared with the two, did Yang Chen still need to use his brain to choose? Universe Treasure Fostering Secret Art. Yang Chen did not hesitate to say his choice directly. One was a piece of gold that could turn stone into gold, while the other was a finger that could turn stone into gold. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know which one to choose. Compared to the Universe Treasure Nurturing Technique, the complete Immortal Beheading Saber would at most reach the level of the Immortal Beheading Platform. For Yang Chen, it was just a matter of time. However, even if he had the time, he might not have the opportunity to learn the Universe Treasure Nurturing Art. At this moment, the depression he felt from losing a large number of magic treasures from the immortal realm completely disappeared without a trace and was replaced by ecstasy. Gao Yu and the others next to him still didn't know what had happened, but when they saw their husband suddenly become depressed, and then quickly beaming with joy, the process of changing his face faster than a magic trick, all the women were speechless for a while. If a Yu learns it, can I learn it too? Yang Chen then asked shamelessly, I'm a personal disciple of a Yu. It's not too much for me to learn Master's cultivation method, is it? Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen and couldn't speak for a long time. He pointed to Yang Chen and snorted heavily. He dropped a whatever and turned to leave. It seemed that he didn't want to see Yang Chen again. Don't worry, big brother. Yang Chen hurriedly shouted, leave the secret art. Li Cheng in front threw back a piece of jade slip without looking back, and then went into the mountain river geographical map. He simply didn't look at Yang Chen. Out of sight, out of mind. Yang Chen took the jade slip with a smile and quickly explored it. This was given to Gao Yu by elder brother Li Cheng. Yang Chen could also learn, so he didn't break any rules. Speaking of which, Yang Chen was not surprised that elder brother Li Cheng could get the complete version of the Universe Treasure Fostering Secret Art. Yang Chen even suspected that elder brother Li Cheng was the successor chosen by the Tao Ancestor in the mortal world before he died. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know so many things, and it would be impossible to know everything in the world. Unfortunately, if Yang Chen didn't insist on worshipping Gao Yu as a master at that time, he might be able to become the personal disciple of the Tao Ancestor. At this time, it should be him, not elder brother Li Cheng. However, Yang Chen did not regret his choice. When Gao Yu asked him to leave and then commit suicide in his previous life, Yang Chen firmly rooted Gao Yu's shadow in his heart. Even if he used the personal disciple of the Tao Ancestor in exchange for the opportunity for Yang Chen and Gao Yu to meet, Yang Chen would not be happy. Master, there's good stuff. Now it was a master-disciple exchange, so Yang Chen certainly called Gao Yu master. A complete cultivation method of the Universe Treasure Raising Secret Art was delivered, and Gao Yu suddenly fell into contemplation. It was relatively easy to adapt to the murderous aura in the Valley of No Return, at least it took a lot less time than the dragon race to adapt to the dragon grass. Especially after there were not so many blood corpses, it was even easier. Now, the girls had already adapted to this level of murderous aura by Yang Chen's side. Of course, the main reason was that when they were dual cultivating with Yang Chen consciously used the blood river to let them slowly get used to it. This result was due to the accumulation of many years. As for Madame Bai and the others, their real cultivation was much higher than what they showed now. In the face of this level of murderous aura, they would only feel uncomfortable for a period of time. If this was a battle, they were afraid that they would die, but now that it was peaceful, they had time to adjust and adapt. "Husband, what's going on here?" This kind of curious question must have been asked by Sun Qingxue. The girls were already used to Sun Qingxue asking, so they were waiting for this moment. When they first came out, they were already surprised once, and after getting the Heaven Essence pill, they were surprised again. Among them, Lady Fanghua and the 30 concubines were the most. They were the first to get the Heaven Essence pill. More than 30 people sharing one already made their cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. Now that everyone had one, what kind of concept was this? While the girls were adapting to the murderous aura, they also cultivated a little and immediately felt the domineering power of the Heaven Essence pill. The cultivation conditions outside hadn't changed at all, or it could be said that it was a little worse, but they could feel their cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. In a place like the Valley of No Return, where there was a spirit vein, their cultivation speed was actually more than 100 times faster than in the Dragon Palace. What kind of concept was this? This is the place where the Heavenly Court's immortal beheading platform discards corpses. At this point, Yang Chen no longer hid and told the truth. There were originally tens of thousands of blood corpses formed by the Heavenly Court's executioners in this blood river. I've already buried all of them. Now this is our world. At the beginning, Gong Sunling was still wondering where Yang Chen got tens of thousands of corpses for her to choose a treasured place to bury them. Only now did she understand the identity of those people. When the girls heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Court's immortal beheading stage actually extended to the spiritual realm? On the other hand, Madame Bai and the others also heard this, but they weren't surprised at all. Instead, they took it as a matter of course. "Husband, you were also an executioner." Sun Qingxue suddenly thought of something and asked, "Then was husband also an executioner of the immortal beheading stage?" Chapter 22:20. Speaking of which, Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue first met on the execution ground. Yang Chen was the executioner, and Sun Qingxue was the prisoner awaiting execution. In addition, Shi Shanshan also met Yang Chen at that time. She gave Yang Chen a physique refining pill, and at the same time saved Sun Qingxue's family. She also recommended Sun Qingxue to Blue Cloud sect. Everyone had this old relationship. Yes. This was also the first time Yang Chen revealed his identity in the Heavenly Court to his wives and concubines. "How did you get out?" Madame Bai was in disbelief. An executioner could get out of the immortal beheading platform? However, Yang Chen was a living example. She couldn't help but be curious. "I killed people according to the rules and didn't touch anything. After killing I came out," Yang Chen quickly replied respectfully. For Madame Bai, Yang Chen always maintained the etiquette of a nephew that was closer than the etiquette of the younger generation. Of course, he did this on purpose. Others wouldn't even dare to think about becoming Ancestor Lu's nephew, but Yang Chen had this unique opportunity. He shamelessly clung to Madame Bai. Madame Bai didn't refuse and maintained this relationship. When Ancestor Lu found out, his expression would definitely be very good. Madame Bai and the maids were stunned by Yang Chen's words. Immediately, someone understood the whole story and couldn't help but laugh. It's that simple? There were many things that people were obsessed with, but when they really thought it through, they realized it was just that simple. It was the same for Yang Chen. Then what is this heaven and earth treasure-raising technique? Gao Yu had already woken up from her deep thoughts. She happened to hear everyone's conversation and couldn't help but ask. The three pure Taoist ancestors' inheritance. Yang Chen casually replied with a smile. 3 pure Tao fathers? When the women heard that, they were all shocked, including Madame Bai and the others. Then is the Tao ancestor already? Gong Sunling couldn't help but think of a terrifying possibility and asked while stuttering. However, she didn't ask it out loud. She just expressed her thoughts. That's right. Yang Chen nodded with certainty. I did it myself. My husband's divine sense spells and alchemy techniques are the secret teachings of the Tao ancestor. A large group of beautiful women were dumbfounded, and their expressions of disbelief were simply pleasing to the eye. The 3 pure Tao ancestors were gone just like that. Moreover, they were killed by Yang Chen, whom they were familiar with. No matter how they thought about it, it was inconceivable. However, there was no need for Yang Chen to lie. Moreover, everything here proved that the surroundings were related to the Immortal slaying platform. If it wasn't the Immortal slaying platform, no one could imagine where else there could be such a terrifying killing intent. At this time, everyone remembered Big Brother Li Cheng's words. Others couldn't go to the Valley of No Return, but Yang Chen could definitely go there. Yang Chen could even enter and exit the Immortal slaying platform at will. Why would he care about a mere corpse dump? Yang Chen's superb divine sense cultivation also had the best explanation. Why did other people's divine sense not split while Yang Chen's divine sense was constantly splitting? Wasn't this the legendary 3 pure ones? Aolan and Aolai were the happiest, especially Aolan. When she knew that Yang Chen's alchemy techniques came from the 3 pure Taoist ancestors, she no longer worried about refining the embryo fusion pill. For the alchemy disciples of the 3 pure Taoist ancestors, any pill was nothing. The only problem was time and cultivation. No wonder Yang Chen was the most outstanding alchemy master in the mortal world. He became a grade 5 alchemy master in the mortal world. In the spiritual world, even if his level wasn't high enough, he already made countless grade 7 alchemy masters look inferior. No wonder Yang Chen's grade 6 Ganoderma Jade pill could cure the injuries that many people couldn't cure. It turned out that this was the root cause. With such an inheritance, not to mention Yang Chen's monstrous performance, even if he was 1,000 times more monstrous, it wouldn't be a big deal. Gao Yu was completely dumbfounded. The inheritance of the 3 pure Taoist ancestors. What did this mean? She could no longer suppress her trembling body. It was Yang Chen who held her in his arms. Feeling her husband's warm chest and strong arms, Gao Yu slowly calmed down and relaxed. Husband, what were you arguing with Big Brother Li just now? Gao Yu, who had calmed down, didn't think about what would happen if she obtained the universe treasure nurturing art. Instead, she worriedly asked about the bargaining between Yang Chen and Li Cheng. It's nothing big. Yang Chen replied in a relaxed tone. Just now, husband used the Immortal beheading platform to exchange the life magic treasures of the Immortals killed over the years for Big Brother Li Cheng's universe treasure nurturing art. After saying that, Yang Chen couldn't help showing a painful expression. Among them, there was the life magic treasure of the 3 pure Taoist ancestors. Big Brother Li got lucky. Seeing Yang Chen talk about the life magic treasure of the 3 pure Taoist ancestors so painfully, none of the people present felt that Yang Chen was pretentious. If it were them, they didn't know if they could make such a decision to give up the life magic treasure of the 3 pure Taoist ancestors. Only Yang Chen could make such a decisive choice. After Big Sister learns it, you have to help me refine this sword. Shi Shanshan, who had always been reluctant to speak, opened her mouth. She hadn't refined the pure Yang Immortal sword for a long time and hadn't reached the point of perfection. This was the life magic treasure, and others generally couldn't help. Only Gao Yu could help others refine the magic treasure without being contaminated by her own aura. It was the right person to ask. Gao Yu agreed immediately, beaming with joy. It had to be said that Shi Shanshan was really smart. In the sect, she just didn't bother to pay attention to those things, but in her own home, it was a bond to get closer to her elder sister Gao Yu to help. After agreeing to one, she naturally had to agree to a lot of things. Fortunately, everyone's life magic treasure was a treasure with extraordinary potential, which was worth Gao Yu's help. Everyone here was happy and harmonious, and Yang Chen finally let go of all the covetous heart of those life magic treasures of the immortal realm and calmly accepted the present result. The topic about the immortal beheading platform came to an end, and everyone returned to the mountain river geographical map to continue their cultivation. Yang Chen himself continued to stay in the Valley of No Return. He had already sent a signal to the Earth Dragon, asking it to come here quickly and collect the yellow spring below before the outside world had a complete impression of the Valley of No Return. Otherwise, once the cultivators outside broke through the layers of killing intent and came in, it was estimated that it would cause a fierce fight. In addition, after Yang Chen finished sorting out the merit rings of those executioners, he found another unexpected benefit that he hadn't thought of before. All the merit rings that had become empty, because all of them were marked with the same job, so the style was exactly the same. When Yang Chen tried to put a merit ring into his own merit ring, he unexpectedly found that the two merit rings began to merge with each other. Chapter 22-21. Merit rings could be fused? This was the first time Yang Chen had discovered such a strange phenomenon. One had to know that apart from being a high-level storage space in the immortal realm, merit rings had another important function. It was the symbol of the heavenly court's position. But Yang Chen had never heard of merit rings that symbolized the position of the heavenly court being able to fuse. But after thinking about it, Yang Chen understood the reason behind it. Normally, even if the person in charge was changed, the merit ring could still be taken back from the old person and given to the new person. But the executioners of the immortal slaying platform could not. Once they entered the immortal slaying platform, they only had two identities. They were either executioners or prisoners awaiting execution. There was no need to talk about prisoners, but ever since the immortal slaying platform had been created, none of the executioners that entered had been able to leave. At least not before Yang Chen. All the previous executioners had died of old age in the immortal slaying platform and became blood corpses in the Valley of No Return. If the heavenly court wanted to give the executioner a position on the immortal slaying platform, they had no choice but to create an identical merit ring for the new executioner. Otherwise, the mortal executioner would never be able to walk into the immortal slaying platform. Thus, every executioner would receive a brand new merit ring for the immortal slaying platform's executioner position. Since they were the exact same merit rings, and the marks on them were also exactly the same, it wasn't that difficult to understand why they could fuse together. The most basic benefit of the fusion of storage space was that the storage space increased and the merit ring became stronger. But there was one thing that Yang Chen didn't expect. These merit rings also brought him a lot of merit points. To Yang Chen, merit points weren't that important. He had at least a few immeasurable merit points on him. Even if he used merit points whenever he had nothing to do, he wouldn't be able to use them up in tens of thousands of years. The merit points of the executioners that had been accumulated over countless years seemed to be of little value. But when Yang Chen checked carefully, he realized that these merit points weren't the current Heavenly Court's merit points, but the former Heavenly Court's merit points. The former Heavenly Court had existed in the immortal realm for an unknown number of years. The Jade Emperor and the Tao Ancestors had also existed for an unknown number of years. The amount of merit they had accumulated had actually reached the immeasurable level. At that time, the calculation was based on the number of innocent people that could be saved by killing one evil person. Every person that was killed was someone who had committed a great deal of evil. After accumulating over the years, the number of people killed was quite considerable. In this way, Yang Chen had two sets of merits in his merit ring. This made Yang Chen feel very strange. Why would such a situation happen? Could it be that the current heavenly court hadn't completely wiped out the previous heavenly court? However, even the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother had been killed. What else could support the former heavenly courts? However, Yang Chen was not puzzled for long. Yang Chen was now clear that since it existed, there must be a reason for it to exist. Perhaps Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the other Almighties were still in the immortal realm, so the inheritance of the old heavenly court hadn't been cut off. This was also good. Yang Chen would definitely destroy the mysterious heaven sect in the future. When the new heavenly court fell, Yang Chen wouldn't know where to find merit points. Perhaps for the new heavenly court, destroying the mysterious heaven sect would be a great merit. With these merit points as a foundation, whether the former heavenly court was restored or the new heavenly court appeared, Yang Chen wouldn't become a pauper. What surprised Yang Chen even more was that when these tens of thousands of merit rings started to fuse, as the fusion deepened, Yang Chen could clearly feel that his control over the immortal beheading stage had increased several times. This was a magical feeling. The speed of refining the immortal beheading stage to dispose of the corpse had also become extremely fast because of the fusion of the merit rings. In fact, it was the same principle. Every executioner's merit ring could control the entrance of the immortal beheading stage. This meant that the fusion of tens of thousands of executioners' merit rings was tens of thousands of times stronger than Yang Chen's single merit ring. This also caused the connection between Yang Chen and the immortal beheading stage to become closer. Under such circumstances, refining the immortal beheading stage and disposing of the corpse was simply twice the result with half the effort. He didn't obtain the natal magic treasures of the immortal realm's villains, but he actually controlled more of the immortal beheading stage. This was a great comfort to Yang Chen. This was only the result of fusing a portion. He believed that when the tens of thousands of merit rings were completely fused, it would definitely give Yang Chen another surprise. When waiting for the Earth Dragon to arrive, Yang Chen began to absorb the Jade Emperor's heavenly essence pill to increase his cultivation level. At the same time, he waited for the merit rings to completely fuse. As for the corpse disposal entrance of the immortal beheading stage, it was refined by the second primordial spirit. The entrance of the immortal beheading stage was also separated by Yang Chen into the second primordial spirit. One shouldn't bother two masters for one thing. The corpse disposal entrance was definitely the second primordial spirit's job. When cultivating, Yang Chen's merit chapter was fully opened, and he directly used the greatest merit he could use now. These merit points would be wasted if not used up. He couldn't be so extravagant as to throw them all away. In addition to cultivation, Yang Chen was actually doing another thing, which was to improve the Golden Body Secret Art. The full name of the Golden Body Secret Art was the Heavenly Spirit Earth Fiend Great Een and Yang 5 Elements Merit Heaven Burning Golden Body Secret Art. It was a secret art after the fusion of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art, the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art, the Great Een and Yang 5 Elements Secret Art, the Merit Chapter and the Yellow Turban Strongman Body Refining Technique. Now that the Golden Body Secret Art had entered a mature state, it no longer needed Yang Chen to use merit to protect it. However, now Yang Chen had two more complete immortal cultivation methods in his hand. One was the complete Yellow Turban Strongman Body Refining Technique, adding the secret part of the Kwa-E family. Since there was a complete version of the body refining technique, Yang Chen naturally wanted to add the follow-up part to the Golden Body Secret Art. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a big waste? The other cultivation method was the complete version of the Universe Treasure Cultivation Secret Art. Yang Chen's previous one could barely maintain the magic weapon every day. After a long time, it may be good for the magic weapon, but there was no qualitative change, so Yang Chen did not integrate it into the Golden Body Secret Art. Now that the complete version of the Universe Treasure Cultivation Secret Art was in hand, Yang Chen had to consider whether to integrate this part. Yang Chen's body was now fusing with the Dragon Clan's Golden Bell, and in the future, the Golden Bell would be a part of his body. If the Universe Treasure Cultivation's secret art refined the body as a magic weapon, wouldn't it be another brand new body refining technique? This was also Yang Chen. His body was integrated with the Dragon Clan magic weapon. Even if others had this idea, it would be impossible to implement it. Otherwise, once he began to refine the body with the method of refining, it would immediately bring unpredictable consequences. For others, improving a cultivation method and integrating it with another brand new cultivation method was more difficult than ascending to the sky, but for Yang Chen, there were infinite possibilities. The merit chapter plus Yang Chen's inexhaustible merit was destined to have an advantage over anyone. Chapter 22-22. Before discovering that the merit ring could be fused, Yang Chen did not have such thoughts. After all, refining the immortal beheading stage was not something that could be done overnight. Yang Chen had to refine the immortal beheading stage before the Zhao family. Of course, the most important thing was to refine the demon world before the Zhao family reacted. Now that the merit ring had fused together, the control of the immortal beheading stage was becoming more and more smooth. The speed of refining was also 100 or 1,000 times faster. With the second primordial spirit operating alone, it was enough to refine this place in a short period of time. Yang Chen was naturally able to free up his hands to care about the cultivation base. In the end, the most important thing for cultivators was still cultivation. Only when one's cultivation increased, everything would be much simpler. This was the case for killing enemies, refining magic treasures, and even refining the demon world. As long as Yang Chen's cultivation improved, it would bring about the collective improvement of the second and third primordial spirit. Then, whether it was refining the immortal beheading stage or the demon world, the speed would increase. This was a complementary process. Yang Chen had just memorized the complete version of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Nurturing Secret Art and had not actually tested it. Therefore, it was necessary to test the effect on some simple magic treasures. It was not that Yang Chen did not trust Brother Li Qing and the secret art he gave. It was just that this kind of refining secret art was useless no matter how many chants he memorized. He had to actually do it to be able to truly control it. He knew that this matter had to be done. If he wanted to control it himself, he had to put in the effort himself. There was no shortcut. After randomly finding an inconspicuous magic treasure, Yang Chen began to familiarize himself with the refining process. This was the first time he used the complete version of the Heaven and Earth Treasure Nurturing Secret Art. There were always things that were not thoughtful. Important magic treasures definitely could not be used for experiment. Similar to the Elder Lord Pill scripture, most of the records in the Heaven and Earth Treasure Nurturing Secret Art were basic refining technique. There were targeted improvements for different types of materials with different attributes. What surprised Yang Chen the most was that he didn't know if Big Brother Li Qing did it on purpose, but it actually recorded the refining method and process of the diamond bracelet. The immortal beheading saber now used the materials of the diamond chakram. The refining process of the diamond chakram was an extremely important reference for Yang Chen. After continuously refining several different magic treasures for no less than 100 times, Yang Chen dared to say that he had finally touched the edge of the three pure Taoists' art of cultivating universe. His proficiency points had increased significantly. At the very least, he would not be flustered when refining important magic treasures due to his lack of familiarity. Only then did he officially begin refining his great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. After refining the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword with the golden body secret art and Heaven and Earth Treasure Cultivation secret art for hundreds of days, Yang Chen basically understood the method of Heaven and Earth Treasure Cultivation secret art. After all, Yang Chen had already used the incomplete version of the Universe Treasure Nurturing Art to maintain magic treasures for thousands of years. The technique was exactly the same, so of course he learned it quickly. At this point, Yang Chen could finally consider how to completely integrate the universe treasure nurturing art and the yellow turban strongman body refining technique into the golden body secret art. But before that, Yang Chen had to help the Earth Dragon collect the blood pool first. Just after receiving the message from the Earth Dragon to Yang Chen, he had arrived at the periphery of the Valley of No Return. In order not to arouse the vigilance of other cultivators, the Earth Dragon approached the Valley of No Return from another direction. In addition, he had the ability to hide his whereabouts. Except for Yang Chen, so far no cultivator knew that the Earth Dragon had arrived at the edge of the Valley of No Return. Yang Chen drove the Immortal beheading saber and quickly rushed to the edge where the Earth Dragon was. In the Valley of No Return, only Yang Chen dared to fly on a sword. The Earth Dragon's cultivation had reached the golden immortal realm, so after entering the Valley of No Return, without the suppression of the blood corpse, the killing intent had almost no effect on the Earth Dragon. It just took him a while to adapt to it on Yang Chen's wrist, and then he could move freely. The blood in the blood pool was still flowing, and the surrounding soil and rocks were formed by the flesh and blood of countless golden immortals, zenith heaven golden immortals, and innumerable tribulation true immortals. These were of no use to Yang Chen and others, but for the Earth Dragon, they were rare and excellent supplements. According to Yang Chen's instructions, the Earth Dragon opened his mouth and swallowed everything along the edge of the formation of the Valley of No Return. The blood pool, the platform, and the whole land several miles above the Valley of No Return were all swallowed by the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon could only swallow these things first. As for refining them, it would take him a long time. However, the blood pool was extraordinary. It was directly absorbed by the Earth Dragon. Yang Chen watched the Earth Dragon's cultivation rush to the peak of the golden immortal realm. In a short time, the Earth Dragon seemed to have become a balloon, and his cultivation expanded rapidly. At this point, there was nothing left in the Valley of No Return except for the corpse-dumping mouth of the immortal beheading stage suspended in the air and the deep pit left by the original Valley of No Return. The corpse-dumping mouth had not been completely refined, so it could only float in place. When the second primordial spirit refined the corpse-dumping mouth one day, this space exit would also disappear. Everyone was in the Mountain River geographical map, and Yang Chen took the Earth Dragon in a random direction and quietly left from the Valley of No Return. As for the divine sense imprints that marked his whereabouts, they all vibrated in an instant and floated into the corpse-dumping mouth of the immortal beheading stage. Yang Chen and his family had not gone far from the Valley of No Return, and hundreds of figures had rushed into the Valley of No Return. As soon as they entered the Valley of No Return, those practitioners were dumbfounded. The murderous intent in the Valley of No Return had become so weak, but there was still a strong murderous intent in the center. The whole world had changed greatly, and the blood-red world had become a huge pit. What was going on? Some of the quick-witted ones immediately realized that something must have been taken away. Those who stayed outside waiting for Yang Chen's family, and those who carefully entered the array formation and went out immediately, saw this situation. They regretted it. If they had known earlier, they would have dug some soil and stones at the edge of the array formation. It would have been better than being taken away by others. The courageous ones immediately flew to the center where the murderous intent was the strongest. Now the murderous intent inside had weakened to the point that there was no problem in flying on a normal sword. Since the murderous intent there was so strong, there must be a major secret. Everyone was scrambling to fly over, for fear of falling behind and not getting anything. This place had been plundered to the point that even the land was gone, and no one wanted to miss the last chance. The distance of thousands of miles, under the flying sword of a group of cultivators, soon arrived. In the eyes of everyone, there was only the square opening suspended high in the air. Through that opening, everyone could also see a ghost blade full of murderous intent. For a time, the eyes of the cultivators who rushed over almost all turned red. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of figures rushed into the square opening almost at full speed, and disappeared in a flash. The cultivators behind also followed suit and flew in, and soon there were no more cultivators on the scene. Chapter 22-23. The Valley of No Return was still the same Valley of No Return. Although the situation inside had changed greatly, the characteristic of no return had not changed. It was still the same Valley of No Return. None of the practitioners who rushed in went out, as if they had evaporated from the world. After waiting outside for a long time, some practitioners finally had no choice but to admit this fact again. The Valley of No Return was still one of the dangerous places in the spiritual realm. Yang Chun had taken his family to travel around slowly. Everyone was cultivating in the mountain river geographical map in a relaxed mood. When the time was right, they would go to the Dragon Palace to relax. Life was leisurely. Perhaps Li Qing felt that the refining speed of the Devil Realm was still too slow. After some observation, he suggested that Yang Chun take out 54 primordial heaven elixirs. He also took out 54 primordial heaven elixirs for himself, making a total of 108 primordial heaven elixirs. He buried them in the mountain river geographical map according to the position of the earth-killing Polaris formation and let the third primordial spirit absorb and refine them into the map. At this time, there seemed to be a catalyst for refining the Devil Realm, and the speed was increased by hundreds of times. The Earth-Evil Polaris formation, which was composed of 108 heavenly primordial elixirs refined by the essence of an infinitely tribulation true immortal, forcibly upgraded the entire mountain river geographical map by several levels. It was much easier to refine the Devil Realm, which was originally the lowest world connected to the mortal world. The border between the spiritual realm and the Devil Realm, which was hundreds of thousands of miles long, was normal on one side and black on the other. But now, this dividing line was rapidly pushing towards the demon realm. Whether it was the land or the creatures in the demon realm, they quickly changed from black to a normal appearance with only a hint of black gas. Yang Chun didn't know how happy he was. At this speed, it would take at most 500 years to basically refine the Devil Realm. The reason why he said it was basically not completely was that the connection point between the Devil Realm and the Immortal Realm was definitely an exception. He did not know how difficult it would be to refine that connection point. However, Li Qing had already said that he wanted so many natal magic treasures of innumerable tribulation true immortals to refine one to block this connection point and the one in the demon beast space. He believed that as long as the hole was blocked, the rest of the work would be much easier. By the time the Zhao family reacted, the entire demon realm had already entered the mountain river geographical map without anyone noticing. Others couldn't find it even if they wanted to. Speaking of the Zhao family, they didn't seem to have made any moves all these years, which surprised Yang Chun. Even if the Zhao family was tied up by the means arranged by Zhou Sheng and Big Brother Li Qing in the demon beast space, the experts of the Zhao family outside were still extremely strong. How could there be no movement? After secretly learning about the recent developments of all parties, Yang Chun carefully considered it, and then passed an order to Yang Lan to deal with the Profound Heavens sect by any means necessary. Of course, the specific order was to have all the major sect distance themselves from the Profound Heavens sect. Yang Lan now hated the Xiantian sect to the bone. On the matter of destroying the Xiantian sect, Yang Lan and Yang Chen's positions were highly consistent. With this idea, Yang Lan would not even doubt anything at all. This was his own idea. Letting all the major sect distance themselves from the Profound Heavens sect, this matter was actually done better than anyone else by Sect Master Wu. All Yang Lan needed to do was to cooperate with Sect Master Wu. Of course, with Yang Lan's current identity, he must report to the head of the Zhao family before he could carry out substantive actions. Coincidentally, One of the important reasons why the Zhao family had been quiet these years was that the experts of the Zhao family and Lin Zongxuan of the Profound Heaven sect had fought and both sides suffered. That expert was still hanging on to his last breath, but they didn't have the 8-grade medicinal pills or the profound marrow pills that Yang Chun had specially refined. Fortunately, they got a batch of the 6-grade Lingji mushroom jade pills refined by Yang Chun from other channels. They also consumed 1 pill every few days to support their lives. For 50 years, the Zhao family had been recuperating without any incident. They had also barely gotten along with the major sect for a short period of time. Recently, the situation had finally changed. In the batch of profound marrow pills refined by Master Yang Chen in the Profound Heaven sect last time, except for the 2 best ones that were given to Lin Zongxuan of the Profound Heaven sect, Yang Chen gave the rest to Wanbao Tower for auction. The insiders almost went crazy and divided up this batch of more than 100 profound marrow pills. The hidden spy of the Zhao family also grabbed 5 in this feast of competition and spent a lot of money. Although these 5 pills were not as good as the 2 that were given to Lin Zongxuan, the effect of 5 pills in hand was almost the same as 2. After succeeding, the 5 medicinal pills were quickly sent back to the Zhao family. The Zhao family had much more profound immortal demonic beasts than the major sect. As long as one was a high-level alchemist, they could extract the vitality from them. Together with Yang Chen's profound marrow pills, it was a complete combination of medicinal pills. After the combination of medicinal pills was given to the old ancestor of the Zhao family, the effect was immediately seen. Although it was not like Lin Zongxuan, who could sit up immediately after taking the 8 revolution pill, at least he was no longer in the state where he was about to die and his body began to recover slowly. It seemed that as long as he could hold on for about 1,000 years, this seriously injured old ancestor of the Zhao family would be able to recover to his original state. Finally, the Zhao family got rid of one of their confidants' worries and began to arrange a counterattack. Just at this time, Yang Lan also brought his own plan to the Zhao family. After listening to it, the master of the Zhao family immediately made a decision and executed it. After more than 50 years of not causing trouble for the sect, those guys probably thought that the Zhao family could no longer hold on. Lin Zongxuan was actually killed by a human immortal slave of the Profound Heaven sect. This made the Zhao family very happy. A dignified golden immortal who had crossed the tribulation actually died in the hands of a slave. It was simply a shame. It was good that he died. If Lin Zongxuan did not die, the Zhao family would probably find ways to kill him. However, Lin Zongxuan's death also created a lot of opportunities for Yang Lan. No one knew that a profound immortal elder, who was currently in power in the Profound Heaven sect, was controlled by Yang Lan using the Great Freedom Devil Heart Sutra a long time ago. When Yang Lan was caught, that profound immortal elder happened to be out and did not have much contact with Yang Lan, so he missed it. Yang Lan had been enduring and did not use this profound immortal elder. Now that the opportunity came, Yang Lan immediately began a series of arrangements. First of all, this elder pledged loyalty to Sect Master Wu, and then spared no effort to help Sect Master Wu eradicate dissidents. In the eyes of Sect Master Wu, this was a performance of loyalty, but in the eyes of Yang Lan, this was consuming the internal strength of the Profound Heaven sect, and at the same time, pulling a lot of hatred for Sect Master Wu. Next, it was to let this elder make contributions and increase the bargaining chips. Chapter 22-24. Making a contribution was very simple. The Zhao family's branch had already been discovered by the mysterious Heaven sect, and they had sent experts to capture and kill many of them. In that operation, Sect Master Wu did not share the benefits with the major sect in order to ensure his reputation and credit. Instead, he sent people to the territories of the major sect to capture people. Although the confessions of those cultivators later also showed that those guys were indeed the branch of the Zhao family and had been collecting money for the Zhao family, This kind of behavior made many sect members hold grudges. This time, Yang Lan was even worse. He directly revealed the identities of several important Zhao family spies and let the profound immortal elder of the mysterious heaven sect come to arrest them. Or rather, it couldn't be said that they directly arrested people, but they cooperated with several sect members to arrest people. It didn't matter if they arrested people, but the identities of these spies were not ordinary. Each of them was at least at the level of an elder in a major sect, and one of them was a good friend of the current sect master. As a representative of the mysterious heaven sect, this elder's attitude was also very aggressive, and he put sect master Wu's instructions into his mouth. Although it was said that he cooperated, he looked like he was supervising the work of the sect. Even if he could come up with definitive evidence, this appearance really made several people in the sect very uncomfortable. After capturing those few spies and interrogating them in detail to confirm that those spies were planted by the Zhao clan, this elder became even more overbearing. He kept on talking about how sect master Wu racked his brains and worked hard to discover the identity of these spies, and so on. It was as if sect master Wu was the only one who made the contribution and no one else. If it was the previous sect master Li, he would definitely find a reasonable reason to secretly inform the senior members of the sect. As for how to deal with these sect members, it was entirely up to these sect members. After dealing with them, sect master Li would not say anything, as if this matter had nothing to do with sect master Li. The senior members of the major sect members got a reputation and caught the spies, but they were very grateful to sect master Li in their hearts, and the relationship between all parties was also good. It could be said that from the previous sect master Wang to sect master Li, in order to ease the relationship with the major sect, they had considered a lot. Sect master Wu himself knew that his qualifications were insufficient. After Zhou Xing and Lin Zongxuan supported him to his position, he always wanted to quickly establish his own prestige, which was the taboo of haste making waste. That profound immortal elder's actions, in the ears of sect master Wu, meant that he was sparing no effort to create momentum for himself, to open his eyes. He pushed sect master Wu's merits to the front. He was simply a model of loyalty. Little did he know that this had become a thorn that could not be removed in the hearts of the sect's higher-ups. These captured spies usually hid themselves very well and never revealed the slightest flaw. Even their fellow sect members didn't notice them, so where did the mysterious heaven sect get this information? Sect Master Li had also reported in the past, but on the one hand, they were all small fish and shrimps that were implicated through other things. On the other hand, Sect Master Li would also do favors, so naturally, everyone was happy. But now, the mysterious heaven sect gave people the feeling that they were firmly covering themselves, and then secretly watching other sects. If they didn't watch often, how could they find such a secret thing? Not to mention that they got the news from the people of the Zhao family. Without the permission of the major sect, the accounts of making a move on other people's territory had not yet been settled. How could some of the Zhao family's side branches know the most secret spies that the Zhao family had painstakingly buried in order to subvert the major sect? Who would believe it? Did they really think that everyone was a fool? Were they so easy to fool? Every senior member of the sect who pinched their noses and dealt with those spies thought so. Some even suspected that some people inside the mysterious heaven sect wanted everyone to feel that there would be no problem with the mysterious heaven sect, so they deliberately exposed these powerful spies to attract everyone's attention and at the same time, to cover up some unspeakable conspiracies. Yang Lan was a schemer, and he knew that some things couldn't be done too much, so he only chose a few sect members. Then, that profound immortal elder returned to the mysterious heaven sect with the gratitude of the major sect to report to Sect Master Wu. After a series of words of gratitude and loyalty, he neither asked for credit nor reward, and obediently waited for the sect master's instructions. Where else could he find such a knowledgeable subordinate who wholeheartedly protected his superior? Sect Master Wu was extremely happy, and he rewarded him greatly, raising the rank of this elder by 1 level. He wanted all the disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect to understand that only those who followed him, Sect Master Wu, would have a bright future. Sect Master Wu, who didn't know that the mysterious Heaven sect had once again been rejected by the major sect, was still thinking about how to make the mysterious Heaven sect dominate the world. However, there was one thing that he didn't know what to do. It was still because of the Valley of No Return. Yang Chen's family had already been in there for a long time. Some time ago, all the divine sense imprints had some unusual movements, and after a group of cultivators went in, none of them came back. Sect Master Wu didn't know if he should continue to send people in to investigate, or should he wait for martial ancestor Zhou Xing to come back. This Yang Chen was really not easy to deal with. How long had it been, and he actually made such a big movement? However, his alchemy skills were really amazing. The mysterious Heaven sect's medicine hall master and an elder, after observing Grandmaster Yang's alchemy once, were sincerely convinced, and immediately went into seclusion. When he came out of seclusion 10 years ago, it was said that his alchemy level had improved by a lot. Fortunately, the 2 7th-grade alchemists said so. They actually had a breakthrough after observing a 6th-grade alchemist concoct pills, which made people want to laugh when they heard it. However, such a funny thing, none of the profound Heaven sect's alchemists laughed, and many of them were envious of those two. The world had really changed, even a little monkey could overturn the heavens. But thinking about it, otherwise, why would Sect Master Wu pinch his nose and ask for 10 times the compensation to befriend Yang Chen? The bad thing was that they shouldn't have killed Chunyang Palace in the beginning under the overbearing means of martial ancestor Zhou Xing and martial ancestor Lin Zongxuan. Otherwise, they should be allies with Chunyang Palace, and they wouldn't have to worry about how to get the pills from Yang Chen's hands. A mere Yang Chen, with his family entering the Valley of No Return, actually led to the entire spiritual world. Just the number of cultivators who had entered the Valley of No Return until now had already reached thousands. This guy was really not easy to deal with. All parties were guessing what was in the Valley of No Return, but now no party had sent people to go in. Anyway, Yang Chen would always appear in the future. Relying on the good relationship with Yang Chen in the past, those sect did not have to worry about any benefits not falling on them. Yang Chen would be gone for 1,000 years, and it was estimated that after he came out, he would immediately become a 7th-grade alchemist. At that time, it would be a happy time for everyone. A 6th revolution pill was already highly sought after. If there really was a 7th revolution pill personally refined by Yang Chen, wouldn't it make people break their heads even more? Chapter 22-25. Yang Chen was not struggling in the Valley of No Return as these people imagined. He was safely wandering around in the mysterious Sky Dark Sea shuttle, cultivating non-stop, and living a comfortable life. With the Jade Emperor's heavenly yuan elixir, Yang Chen's cultivation speed was many times faster. In just a few years, he had reached the 8th level of the Earth Immortal realm. In another 10 years, he would be able to reach the peak of the Earth Immortal realm and trigger the Earth Immortal Tribulation. According to the normal speed, it was impossible to reach the peak of the Earth Immortal realm from the 6th level of the Earth Immortal realm in 300 or 400 years. This was based on the fact that Yang Chen was cultivating while trying to integrate the Kwa-Yi's secret technique and the universe treasure raising technique into the Golden Body scripture. One could imagine how powerful the heavenly yuan elixir was. Of course, during this period of time, Yang Chen had consumed a lot of merit points. A large number of merit points were filled into the integrated cultivation method at every moment, so that Yang Chen's cultivation would not deviate. It couldn't be helped. The integration of this cultivation method could not be done overnight. He could only explore it bit by bit. The merit points were the last guarantee to ensure that he would not be possessed by the devil because of the cultivation method. During these years of cultivation, everyone's speed was lightning fast. With one heavenly yuan elixir, everyone's cultivation speed was accelerated by more than 100 times. Like Zhou Xianying, who had reached the peak of the heaven immortal realm, as long as she was willing, the heaven immortal tribulation could descend at any time, and then she could ascend. However, Zhou Xianying had just gotten rid of the bad reputation of Granny Tianqin, and enjoyed the happiness of being protected by her husband. How could she be willing to ascend so early? Therefore, she had long prepared to break through to the first level of the Xian immortal realm and become the first grand supreme expert in Yang Chen's family. With her husband and brother Li Cheng's request to improve their cultivation at the same time, Gong Sunling was no longer restrained. She had already taken the heavenly yuan elixir, and her cultivation speed had increased a lot. In addition, the speed of refining the demon realm by the Mountain River geographical map had greatly increased. At the same time, the Mountain River geographical map became more powerful, and the demonic monsters in the demon realm had also passed the heaven tribulation and became normal cultivators. The addition of millions and tens of millions of cultivators directly allowed the Mountain River geographical map to refine the demon realm even faster. With the combination of the two, Gong Sunling's cultivation soared like a rocket. In just a few years, her true cultivation level had already reached the intermediate heaven immortal stage. She only needed to undergo her tribulation to become a true heaven immortal expert. Yang Chen was also leading everyone to find a place to transcend their tribulations. There were more and more people approaching their tribulations, so he couldn't let everyone waste their time like this. However, they had to keep it a secret, so the choice of location was relatively difficult. Fortunately, with the Dragon Palace, no one would notice them in the depths of the sea. Yang Chen brought everyone straight to the deepest part of the vast sea. There were only powerful sea beasts there, not ordinary cultivators. With Ao Lan and Ao Lai around, which sea beast would dare to disturb them? Originally, Yang Chen planned to go to Tianjua Mountain, which was known as one of the 3 great danger zones in the spiritual realm, but after being opposed by Gao Yu and the other women, he didn't go. On the other hand, Big Brother Li Cheng didn't say no, nor did he say yes. He reckoned that there wouldn't be any danger. However, since the women objected, Yang Chen had to give them some face. This time, they objected to entering the Valley of No Return. It was only because Big Brother Li Cheng had a lot of face that they could enter the Valley of No Return. However, it was absolutely impossible to go to the Tianjua Mountain again. How is it? This is the result of having many wives and concubines. You didn't expect it, right? Big Brother Li Cheng seemed to be watching the show. After a long time, he smiled and said this to ridicule Yang Chen. Big Brother, you are a person who doesn't get close to women. Don't pretend to understand when you don't. Yang Chen retorted without holding back. You don't understand the joy in this. These words made Big Brother Li Cheng speechless. This also made Yang Chen proud for a long time. Even the pain of Big Brother Li Cheng taking away the 3 pure Taoist ancestors' heavenly essence pill lessened. While Yang Chen and his family were looking for a suitable place to transcend the tribulation, something big happened in the spiritual realm. One of the golden immortals who entered the demonic beast space with Zhou Xing used the divine perching jade in the sect and left his natal primordial spirit behind. There had been no movement before, but one day, the divine perching jade belonging to the golden immortal ancestor suddenly shattered and was quickly reborn as an extremely weak cultivator. This was a sect of the demon race. The golden immortal ancestor in the mortal realm was not as arrogant as Zhou Shunglin and Zhong Sun. He readily used the divine perching jade in the sect. Even though he knew that they would not be threatened in the spiritual realm with their tribulation transcending golden immortal cultivation, he still accepted the kindness of the younger generation of the sect. As a result, something happened today. The divine perching jade shattered, which meant that the golden immortal ancestor had died in the demonic beast space. Unfortunately, the reborn golden immortal ancestor only remembered what happened before he left his natal primordial spirit behind. It was impossible for him to know how he died and what kind of strong enemy he encountered. This was definitely a major event in the spiritual realm. All the major sect, including the Black Heaven sect, were immediately notified. When the representatives of all the sects rushed over, they found out what had happened. Another golden immortal ancestor had died, but this sounded much better than Lin Zhongxun's. At least he died on the battlefield. The question was, how did this golden immortal ancestor die? What exactly happened in there? Were there any more casualties? Except for 2 or 3 who entered the demonic beast space with Zhou, none of them used the divine perching jade. This was their pride as golden immortal ancestor. If they needed such a life-saving method, wouldn't they look too useless? Even if they needed to use it, it would be after they returned to the immortal world. Because of this, no one knew what was going on with the golden immortal ancestor in the demonic beast space and what kind of super expert they encountered. In any case, this was definitely not good news. Even if only one golden immortal expert died, the Zhao family's strength was beyond the expectations of all the sect, as they were able to kill a dozen golden immortal experts and a zenith heaven golden immortal. All the representatives looked at the Black Heaven sect. Entering the demonic beast space was strongly requested by Zhou, and he was also the one who took the lead. Now that something like this had happened, the Black Heaven sect had to bear some responsibility no matter what. Although sacrifices were inevitable in the battle with the Zhao family, it was a different matter when a golden immortal ancestor was sacrificed. This golden immortal expert was lucky enough to use the divine perching jade. What about the other experts who didn't use the divine perching jade? If they died, it would really be the end of everything. No sect could afford such a loss. The representative of the Black Heaven sect was expressionless and didn't say anything. At this time, what else could he say? Moreover, he didn't know what happened inside, so he couldn't say anything. Chapter 22-26. In less than 100 years, 2.5 experts from the lower realm of the immortal realm had died. One from the Great Wilderness sect, one from the Mysterious Heaven sect, plus the one who used the divine perching jade. It could be said that the major sects had suffered heavy losses. The threat of the Zhao family had reached an intolerable level, even though there had been no war with the Zhao family in the past 100 years. The death of the 3 golden immortal grandmasters made the higher-ups of the major sect consider whether they should ask the higher-ups to send more experts. There's no need. This time, it was the representative of the Mysterious Heaven sect, Hall Chief Tong of the External Affairs Hall, who spoke. He was the confidant of Sect Master Wu and one of the higher-ups of the Mysterious Heaven sect, so his words carried a lot of weight. Just one golden immortal grandmaster is gone, it's not to the point of despair. Seeing everyone looking at him, Hall Chief Tong immediately said with assurance, although we have suffered a big loss, the Zhao family will definitely not be relaxed. In terms of comprehensive strength, the major sect combined would definitely surpass the Zhao family. The Zhao family was just a sect. Even if the higher-ups could send experts, how many could they send? Every golden immortal expert had to pay an extremely high price to descend to the lower realm. It was something that could only be achieved by sacrificing many tribulation true immortals. No matter how many experts the Zhao family had, how many tribulation true immortals could they use on this matter? After Lin Zhongxuan was injured, he made it clear that his opponents did not gain any advantage. Even if they exchanged one for another, the Zhao family did not have so many experts to exchange. This was the reason on the surface, but another important reason was because of Sect Master Wu. Hall Master Tong was very clear that the true successor to the Sect Master was Sect Master Wu. To put it bluntly, as long as Sect Master Wu could be patient, Sect Master Li would eventually have to pass the position to Sect Master Wu. It was only because the higher-ups had sent 2 hotheads who had fought against everything that Sect Master Wu had the opportunity to take over the position. If a sect sent someone to ascend and report the current situation, the mysterious heaven sect in the immortal realm would definitely not be happy to see the current situation of the mysterious heaven sect. Once the higher-ups knew that they were messing around in the lower realm, they would send 1 or 2 experts down. Perhaps Sect Master Li would immediately regain the position of Sect Master. This was something that Sect Master Wu could not tolerate, and it was also something that Hall Master Tong could not tolerate. When they were in the mortal world, the two, as the Sect Master and Foreign Affairs Hall Master of the greatest heaven sect, were really able to get the wind and rain. Once they tasted the taste, they would never want to give it up. Once they tasted the taste of power, they would never want to give it up. Although his status was slightly higher than that of an ordinary disciple, compared to the glory he had when he was the Sect Master and Hall Master, the difference was not just a little bit. Now that they had once again tasted the feeling of being at the pinnacle of power, if they were to return to being ordinary disciples and wait patiently, it would be worse than killing them. How could Sect Master Wu and Hall Master Tong tolerate such a thing happening? Therefore, no matter how critical the current situation was, they could not let the higher-ups know what was happening in the spiritual realm before Sect Master Wu stabilized his position. Of course, the official reason was the same as before. The major sects weren't having a good time, but the Zhao family believed that it was even worse. Everyone agreed with this. Even if all the golden immortal grandmasters of the Sex sect were killed, how many experts could Zhao family lose? Everyone believed that the golden immortal grandmasters of the Sex sect were not useless. They would definitely be able to withstand the attack of Zhao family. The only worry was the demon beast space, which was Zhao family's territory. They had the geographical advantage. If they really fought, Zhou Xing and the others would suffer a lot. Don't worry, the grandmasters are not reckless. Hall Chief Tong began to reason. My grandmaster Zhou said before we set off that if we can't win, we should run, and if we find an opportunity to fight, I believe they will definitely turn back. There has been no news until now, which means that the situation is not that serious. Everyone heard this before the golden immortal grandmasters set off, and Zhou Xing did say so at that time. If one were to put it that way, it would make sense. Even if Zhao family had the geographical advantage, it was impossible for them to keep a group of golden immortal experts and a zenith heaven golden immortal expert. The only explanation was that both sides suffered losses, but it was obvious that Zhou Xing and the others must have discovered the Zhao family's arrangement, which was why there was a fierce battle. Otherwise, the two sides would not have fought. All parties agreed with Hall Chief Tong of Xiantian sect. They each brought back the news, and then went back to make arrangements. But as soon as they turned around, several senior members of the sect began to arrange for their loyal disciples to prepare for the tribulation and ascension. There were some things that had to be known by the higher-ups, especially the current situation of Xiantian sect, which was even more dangerous. They had to be prepared in advance. The senior members carefully told the disciples who were about to ascend to remember a lot of things, and each prepared a lot of jade slips to record what happened below, so that they could report it after they ascended. In particular, the current situation of Xiantian sect had to be reminded. If Sect Master Wu was really a chess piece arranged by the Zhao family, then the identity of Zhou Xing and Lin Zongxuan sent by Xiantian sect was also very suspicious. Even the immortal world's Xiantian sect would be strongly questioned, so the seniors above had to be prepared early. Hall Chief Tong and Sect Master Wu probably never dreamed that as soon as they disbanded, others would secretly plot against them. It couldn't be helped, their behavior was too strange. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiantian sect was still a big sect, the major sect would have wanted to do something like this in the mortal world again. The big storm this time was temporarily suppressed by Xiantian sect on the surface, but things were not over. The major sect strengthened their guard against the Zhao family, ready to deal with the Zhao family's next attack at any time. However, after preparing for a long time, there was no movement from the Zhao family, as if nothing had happened. This made people start to wonder if the Zhao family had really suffered heavy losses and couldn't organize an effective counterattack in a short period of time. This short period of peace didn't last long. In less than 10 years, 3 supersects were raided. The targets of the raids were the cultivation places of the experts who were resurrected by the divine perching jade. They were all places that were heavily guarded by the major sect. After Lin Zhongxuan's accident last time, all parties strengthened the protection of these experts, striving to be foolproof. It had to be known that these experts would become stronger and stronger over time until they recovered their original cultivation or even went further. This was especially true for experts with experience and comprehension. Compared to those newly advanced experts, their battle prowess was more than double. 3 supersects were attacked. 2 of them were blocked by heavily guarded experts, while the last one, Hidden Fog Mountain, was successfully attacked. Dozens of experts who had been reborn by relying on the divine perching jade died, including the golden immortal grandmaster ancestor who had been reborn. Chapter 22-27. Because of Lin Zhongxuan's previous incident, the major sects were very protective of these masters who were resurrected by the divine perching jade. The places where they lived and cultivated were heavily guarded. It could be said that even a mosquito could not fly in. No matter how powerful the enemy was, under such strong vigilance, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they had paid a huge price, leaving behind dozens of corpses. What made these sect members even more shocked was that among the dead attackers, there were disciples of their respective sect. They had always thought that they were loyal and devoted disciples who should have appeared elsewhere at this time. It could be said that in such a heavily guarded situation, only the disciples of their own sect would be able to detect the location of these resurrected experts and have the opportunity to approach them. The other 2 sect members were lucky. Some of the experts who were responsible for protecting them were killed in exchange for the safety of the resurrected experts. However, the demon clan's Hidden Fog Mountain was unlucky. The golden immortal grandmaster, who had been resurrected by the divine perching jade, was killed right in front of their eyes. The mountain master directly spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard the news. It wasn't easy for him to escape with his life by relying on the divine perching jade, but in the end, he was killed under the heavy protection of his own sect. How could they accept this? All the major sect members took this as a warning and strengthened the protection of the resurrected experts. Now, the experts that the higher-ups trusted the most would bring along their portable cave residences and hide the resurrected experts in them. Since such a big thing had happened, they naturally had to investigate it in detail. Soon, the identities of the traitorous disciples of the 3 sect members were confirmed one by one. However, when the identities of the Zhao family's spies were exposed, several sect members had other ideas. Not long ago, the mysterious Heaven sect informed the major sect members of the Zhao family's hidden spies in their respective sect. After everyone took action, it was confirmed that the mysterious Heaven sect's words were true. Although they didn't appreciate the mysterious Heaven sect's supervision, at least the major sects secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because they had let their guard down that the Zhao family immediately retaliated after such a short period of time. If the identities of the spies that were killed on the spot were simple, it wouldn't be a big deal. The problem was that these spies were related to the Zhao family spies that the sect had dealt with before, and their identities were no higher than the disciples that the mysterious Heaven sect had found. This made people wonder. If the mysterious Heaven sect could even find the high-ranking spies, why couldn't they find the low-ranking spies who were related to those spies? But why was it that when they were exposed last time, only a few high-ranking spies, who were not as well hidden as those guys, did not warn them at all? Was it all for this moment? The sect members who were attacked were considering this possibility. Apart from their own traitorous disciples, the identities of the rest of the dead attackers were also gradually identified. What was extremely surprising was that these people were all from the major sect. If the attackers left by the three sects were added up, each sect would have one. It could be said that all the major sect members were completely implicated. Some of the sect members who originally had conflicts but united because of the threat of the Zhao family almost turned against each other again. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the major sect members were able to keep their composure, so it didn't lead to a major accident. However, the major sect members seemed to be on guard against each other. They were no longer united against the same enemy as before. Although each sect could push the blame on the Zhao family's spies, who knew if there was anything fishy going on? Some people saw the crisis, so a small alliance led by the Qiankuan sect gathered again. If someone carefully investigated the small group that gathered this time, they would definitely find that it was the 8 sect members who found the corpses of the mysterious Heaven sect members in Chunyang Palace. It's too much of a coincidence that something like this happened when we're working together to fight against the Zhao family. The master of the Qiankuan sect began to discuss with the masters of the other sects who had come to visit in a secret cave residence. Everyone agreed on this point. It was indeed a troubled time recently. First, Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness sect disappeared. Then, something happened to the mysterious Heaven sect. Now, such an unforeseen event happened. The Great Wilderness sect and the Black Tortoise Academy were restraining each other at the moment, but there must be grudges in their hearts. The Black Tortoise Academy also secretly hated the mysterious Heaven sect. The attack just now caused the other sect members to no longer trust each other. In order to preserve their own strength, they would no longer work together to fight against the enemy as they did in the past. This entanglement alone reduced the combat effectiveness of the major sect members by at least 20%. From this point of view, the Zhao family did a great job. Did you guys notice that the mysterious Heaven sect's shadow was more or less involved in these incidents? The master of the Wuji Demon School was not afraid of making things worse. He directly said what everyone had been thinking about but didn't say out loud. It was not the master of the Wuji Demon School who was stirring up trouble. It was the mysterious Heaven sect who was really involved in these incidents. The Black Tortoise Academy's Lu Wuji plotted against Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness sect. This was exposed by the mysterious Heaven sect. The attack on the Chunyang Palace and the destruction of the Mountain Gate were also done by the traitor disciples of the mysterious Heaven sect. Before the attack on the 3 major sects, the mysterious Heaven sect had just reminded each sect that there were spies of the Zhao family among them. Again, the mysterious Heaven sect had found spies who were more important than these people. Why were these small chess pieces, which were not important and could be abandoned at any time, kept and led to the death of the golden immortal Grandmaster of Misty Mountain? Even the mysterious Heaven sect itself had many unforeseen events. Only the Holocaust sect had done this in the past. As a result, the entire Holocaust sect had sided with the Zhao family. The mysterious Heaven sect can't be trusted now. The master of the Samsara Valley sighed and said, "Now I'm worried about those grandmasters who followed Zhou Xing into the core of the trial ground. They must not have any accidents." Everyone's worry was the same as the Reincarnation Valley masters. Those golden immortal grandmasters must not be harmed. If they all died inside, it would mean that the Zhao family was completely invincible. Other than asking for help from the higher-ups, there was no other way. Everyone, be careful. We still need to communicate more in the near future. As long as we unite, even if the mysterious Heaven sect is really. The master of the Green Jade Immortal Island hesitated for a moment and said, "Even if the mysterious Heaven sect is really unreliable, we will not be without room for resistance." The master of the mysterious Heaven sect didn't know that the mysterious Heaven sect had become the object of distrust in the eyes of everyone, just like the Taishanmen in the mortal world. Although it had not reached the point of being the public enemy, at least it was no longer the leader of the Dao sects when Sect Master Wang and Sect Master Li were in office. Chapter 22-28. Yang Chen's family had already found a suitable place to undergo the tribulation. Millions of miles into the vast sea, there were no other cultivators except for the sea beast. The few demons were also driven away by Ao Lan, and Ao lie tens of thousands of miles away. This was the world of Yang Chen's family. Originally, it was just a super strong earthly immortal tribulation, but when Lin Jingyuan forcefully joined it, its nature changed immediately. In terms of real cultivation, Lin Jingyuan was at the golden immortal level, so the earthly immortal tribulation instantly became a super strong Xian immortal tribulation with Lin Jingyuan as the benchmark. Maybe because of the great increase in the power of the heavenly tribulation, Gong Sunling would get a lot of unexpected benefits, and the mountain river geographical map would also become stronger. Sect Master Wu probably wouldn't understand why this happened even if he cracked his head. He had clearly spared no effort in attacking the Zhao family. He had clearly helped the major sects find the spies hidden in the sections. The Mystic Heaven sect had clearly found, captured, and killed the side branch of the Zhao family. Why did everyone think that he was unreliable? Yang Lan's move was really amazing. He didn't let anyone speak ill of the Xiantian sect, and he even exposed some of the big spies that the Zhao family had cultivated. Then, with a beautiful joint attack, all the major sect became suspicious of each other. Everyone believed that Gong Sunling could do this, so no one was worried. They were just curious, why did Lin Jingyuan do this? When all the heavenly tribulations stopped, Gong Sunling slowly descended from the sky. Seeing Lin Jingyuan beside Yang Chen, everything was normal. Gong Sunling and the other girls cupped their hands and said, "Congratulations, senior." Yang Chen didn't doubt this at all. It was just a super strong Xian immortal tribulation, at most a golden immortal tribulation. It must be known that after the mountain river geographical map merged with the 3 million mile super immortals cave, in the mansion of Madame Bai, it had withstood countless super strong Xian immortal tribulations. The current mountain river geographical map was dozens of times stronger than that of that year. A mere Xian immortal tribulation was also a trivial matter for Gong Sunling. However, Lin Jingyuan's intervention made Yang Chen and the others speechless. Not to mention Lin Jingyuan's identity and status, just the fact that he was half an idiot and didn't have any normal thinking was enough to make you unable to do anything to him. Who would bother with a fool? Don't worry, husband. Gong Sunling's confident voice came at this moment. I can handle it. Lin Jingyuan was still trying hard to recall under the stimulation of the murderous aura, but Gong Sunling had already begun to prepare for the tribulation. Originally, everyone thought that this tribulation should be in the bag and there would be no accidents, but an accident still suddenly occurred. The heavenly tribulation immediately found Lin Jingyuan, who had stood out. Amidst the rumbling sounds, beams of powerful Xian immortal tribulation bombarded Lin Jingyuan's body. Every time a heavenly tribulation fell, Lin Jingyuan seemed to have broken a seal. After hundreds of Xian immortal tribulations, Lin Jingyuan had completely become a normal cultivator and laughed out loud. Of course, Gong Sunling didn't let go of this opportunity. Under the condition of consciously letting a part of the Xian immortal tribulation into her body to temper her body, Gong Sunling's body was strengthened again. The spiritual power in her body quickly turned into the state after the tribulation, and she became a real fairy immortal expert. It was basically impossible to launch another attack against an expert who had recovered from the divine perching jade. If there was a second time, there was no third or fourth time. Under such circumstances, if there was still a sect that did not provide adequate protection, that sect master could immediately commit suicide to apologize to the world. Lin Jingyuan was very clear that because of his intervention, the earthly immortal tribulation had become a Xian immortal tribulation, which was forcibly raised by 2 levels. The difficulty of Gong Sunling's tribulation had increased by tens of thousands of times. However, he had no way to deal with it now. If he intervened again, it would only make the situation more serious. Lin Jingyuan still looked as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe that the delicate woman in front of him, who was obviously only a fairy immortal, could so easily take on the Xian immortal tribulation that was suitable for her. As soon as the tribulation cloud appeared, Lin Jingyuan, who was in deep thought, suddenly had a clear look in his eyes. He suddenly stood up and went straight to the tribulation cloud in the sky, regardless of who was undergoing the tribulation. After experiencing these attacks, especially the deaths of Elder Feng of the Great Wilderness sect, Lin Zongxuan of the Xiantian sect, and the Golden Immortal Grandmaster of the Misty Mountain, everyone completely understood that even Golden Immortal experts were not invincible in the spiritual realm. When it was time to die, they would still die. Therefore, all the major sect became more cautious. However, Yang Chen was very clear about the benefits that this sudden increase in heavenly tribulation had brought to the mountain river geographical map. The absorbed heavenly tribulation was directly sent to the demon realm by the third primordial spirit. The super-strong Xian immortal tribulation exploded in the sky of the demon realm, purifying the area within hundreds of miles at once. Then, the mountain river geographical map could immediately refine the land within hundreds of miles at a very fast speed. The Xiantian sect, in particular, was regarded as having ulterior motives and was isolated. The Xiantian sect still didn't know what everyone was thinking. If they knew, they would definitely be puzzled. However, the following performance of Gong Sunling made Lin Jingyuan dumbfounded. He looked at Gong Sunling, who was facing the super-strong Xian immortal tribulation in the sky, and couldn't say a word for a long time. His face was full of disbelief. Many sect even began to suspect that Lin Zongxuan's death was really caused by some disgruntled disciples ordering servants to kill him, just like what the Xiantian sect claimed. After all, everyone understood that Lin Zongxuan was riding on their heads, and Sect Master Wu was definitely pretending to be a grandson. Who would benefit the most from Lin Zongxuan's death? That person was the biggest suspect. Fortunately, Lin Jingyuan seemed to remember the kindness of Yang Chen's family and knew what the current situation was. He immediately retreated and gave the scene of the tribulation to Gong Sunling. He flew to Yang Chen's side. "Congratulations, senior." Yang Chen cupped his hands at Lin Jingyuan and said a word of congratulations without thinking about it. The women around him had also taken care of Lin Jingyuan before. When they saw this, they all cupped their hands and congratulated Lin Jingyuan. This was also the reason why one shouldn't intervene when someone was going through a tribulation. Even if an expert wanted to help, it would only make things worse. God wouldn't let people sit and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. At this time, intervening to help was simply killing people, not helping. The mountain river geographical map once again became the clothes on Gong Sunling's body. All the heaven tribulations would be absorbed as soon as they got close to Gong Sunling. The mighty Xian immortal tribulation was actually resolved by Gong Sunling so easily and comfortably. She did it so easily, as if she was not facing the Xian immortal tribulation, but the simplest thunder tribulation during the nascent soul formation. "Thank you." Lin Jingyuan seemed to have just understood what had happened. His expression had not completely returned to normal, but he didn't forget that Gong Sunling was going through the tribulation. "There's no hurry. If there's anything, we can talk about it after your wife's tribulation." After saying that, he felt embarrassed and added an apology. "Sorry, I implicated your wife this time." Chapter 22-29. After a while, Lin Jingyuan finally accepted the fact that Gong Sunling had safely passed the heavenly tribulation. Of course, the most important thing was that he recalled everything that had happened over the years, including the memories of Yang Chen's family helping him and the memories of Yang Chen using him to fight. When he thought of this, he wasn't surprised at all that Yang Chen's family was so abnormal. It was normal for Gong Sunling to pass the tribulation so easily. It would be an accident if she couldn't. Where is that place filled with killing intent? Lin Jingyuan remembered that he was stimulated by the killing intent when he arrived at that place, but he didn't know where it was no matter how hard he tried. At this time, he immediately asked. The spiritual realm's valley of no return, one of the 3 great danger zones, Yang Chen answered quickly. It's also the place where the immortal slaying stage discards corpses. Hearing the name Immortal Slaying Stage, even a pure golden immortal like Lin Jingyuan couldn't help but shiver, but he quickly recovered. How do you know that it's the place where the immortal slaying stage discards corpses? Lin Jingyuan might be afraid, but he was still very curious. He was considered quite a figure in the immortal realm, but he actually didn't know that the spiritual realm's valley of no return was related to the immortal slaying stage. I've embarrassed myself in front of Senior. This junior is the executioner of the immortal slaying stage. Yang Chen wasn't afraid of revealing his identity in the heavenly court to Lin Jingyuan. Many people already knew anyway, so it didn't matter much to Lin Jingyuan. As he said that, Yang Chen flashed the merit ring on his finger. Lin Jingyuan had been in the immortal realm for many years, and his father was an important minister in the heavenly court. How could he not recognize the merit ring? After taking a look, he no longer had any doubts and nodded silently. Senior, this junior has offended you before and used your name in vain. I hope Senior can forgive me. Yang Chen cupped his hands and apologized again. Lin Jingyuan understood that this was Yang Chen's apology for using his name, but he didn't really mind it. He knew very well what kind of life he had led in the past. He wandered among the aboriginals and was discriminated against. Although no one dared to bully him, that kind of feeling was definitely not good. If it weren't for Yang Chen, he would still be muddle-headed among the natives, living a silly life. After Yang Chen's family found him, they provided him with good food, drinks, and fun. Their lives were completely different. From this point of view, he should thank Yang Chen. Especially after Ao Lai had accompanied him to fight and used the spirit-devouring dragon fire from time to time, he had developed an extremely strong resistance to the spirit-devouring dragon fire. This would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. This did not include the fact that Yang Chen had used his killing intent to stimulate him, and that he had completely recovered with the help of Gong Suanling's tribulation this time. These were all thanks to Yang Chen's family. Although Lin Jingyuan was an exalted gold immortal from the immortal plane, he knew how to repay kindness. I should be the one thanking your family. Lin Jingyuan was indeed the son of a big shot in the immortal world. He was well educated and reasonable. Now that he had recovered his senses, he immediately became a handsome young master. He also bowed to the juniors of Yang Chen's family very naturally, and did not feel embarrassed because of his identity and seniority. In fact, when he recalled his days among the aboriginals, he understood a lot of things. He could even accept the humiliation of the aboriginals without batting an eyelid. His state of mind had greatly improved, so it was not difficult for him to bow to Yang Chen. This was also one of the reasons why his father sent him down. On one hand, it was to avoid disaster, and on the other hand, it was to give him this kind of experience. This was an experience that he could not even beg for when he returned to the immortal world. Now it seemed that these 2 purposes had been achieved. I have gained some benefits from this trip to the Valley of No Return. Yang Chen did not forget to deepen the favor he owed Lin Jingyi. He took out a heavenly essence pill and said, "This is a heavenly essence pill condensed from the essence of an infinite tribulation true immortal that I killed on the immortal beheading platform. It is very beneficial for cultivation. Senior, please accept it. It is also a token of my appreciation." Although Lin Jingyuan was also the son of a big shot in the immortal world, he could not help but take a deep breath when he heard about the origin of the heavenly essence pill. It should be known that Lin Jingyuan was only a real gold immortal who had passed the tribulation. His father was an infinite tribulation true immortal, but not an experienced one. He probably knew what kind of person Yang Chen had killed. It was easy to imagine the value of this heavenly essence pill. He wanted to refuse and not owe this huge favor, but the temptation of the heavenly essence pill made him reluctant to make such a decision. When Lin Jingyuan's gaze landed on Aolan, he suddenly understood. He no longer hesitated and reached out to take the heavenly essence pill that Yang Chun handed him. Even the dragon race was on the same side as Yang Chun. It was easy to imagine that Yang Chun owed a huge favor. In any case, Shao Chun owed a lot of favors in the past. Like Aolan, he did not need to worry when there were too many of them. It did not matter if he owed another one. At most, he would stand on Yang Chen's side like Aolan and slowly pay his debt. Although he had already thought highly of the heavenly essence pill, Lin Jingyuan only realized that he had underestimated the heavenly essence pill after consuming it and circulating his qi for a full cycle. Lin Jingyuan could not help smiling bitterly. Originally, after he recovered, Lin Jingyuan had planned to ascend to the immortal world. There was no longer any need for him to remain in the spiritual world. He had already completed his experiential training, the immortal world's rebellion was over, and the profound heaven sect controlled the heavenly court. There was no need for him to avoid trouble. It was simply pointless for a bona fide golden immortal expert to play with a bunch of human immortals, earth immortals, and heavenly immortals in the spiritual world. However, Shao Chun had not expected that the favor he owed Yang Chen was too great. One heavenly essence pill was equivalent to 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. How was Shao Chun supposed to repay such a huge favor? This was not something that could be repaid just by taking care of Yang Chen after he ascended. Should I stay in the spiritual world and help Yang Chen? Just as Lin Jingyuan was hesitating, Madame Bai walked over with Hua Xing and Hu Yuexian. When Lin Jingyuan saw Madame Bai, he felt a familiar aura. However, he could not put his finger on it. However, he recalled that he often saw Madame Bai in the Dragon Palace. She was not a stranger, so he greeted her in a friendly manner. Madame Bai was stunned. She was already used to Lin Jingyuan being a fool. Suddenly, Lin Jingyuan became normal and even greeted her. This stunned her. After being stunned for a while, Madame Bai returned a greeting. Then, she went to look for Yang Chen with a suspicious expression. When Madame Bai passed by, Lin Jingyuan suddenly recalled the familiar aura on Madame Bai. Shao Chun had just recovered not long ago and had not completely digested the vast amount of memories in his mind. His slow reaction was understandable. Madame Bai gave off a heavy immortal world aura. Madame Bai was also someone from the immortal world. Chapter 2230. After understanding this, Lin Jingyuan couldn't help but be surprised. What was so attractive about Yang Chen that he had another person from the celestial world by his side? Lin Jingyuan remembered that one of Yang Chen's wives, the zither player Zhou Xianying, was also from the celestial world. Zhou Xianying's cultivation and memories were sealed, so she didn't show much. But who was Lin Jingyuan? He immediately knew that she was from the celestial world. Now there was another Madame Bai, but it was obvious that Madame Bai's cultivation was higher. She hid her aura better. Otherwise, Lin Jingyuan wouldn't have realized it so late. But in the next moment, Lin Jingyuan was stunned again. He suddenly realized that Madame Bai wasn't alone. She had thousands of beautiful maids by her side. The aura of those maids was exactly the same as Madame Bai's. More than 1,000 experts from the celestial world. No matter how famous Lin Jingyuan was in the celestial world, he knew what it meant in the spiritual realm. If Yang Chen wanted to, he could sweep through the entire spiritual realm right now. What about the trouble that Yang Chen told him about the Zhao family? Yang Chen could make the Zhao family disappear with a wave of his hand. What was the Xiantian sect? What were the big sects? In Yang Chen's Dragon Palace, all these powers added up wouldn't be enough for Madame Bai to kill. Lin Jingyuan only knew that Madame Bai's surname was Bai. He didn't know her real identity, but he knew one thing. Madame Bai's cultivation in the lower realm was definitely higher than his and Zhou Xianying's. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hidden herself so well. Madame Bai was looking for Yang Chen now. Perhaps asking Madame Bai's identity would help Lin Jingyuan make the right decision. Madame Bai was indeed looking for Yang Chen. After accepting the heavenly essence pills from Li Cheng, even if Madame Bai lost all her memories, she knew that she owed him a huge favor. But luckily, Li Cheng had made it clear that when they went to the celestial world in the future, she would find that person to return the favor. That way, she wouldn't have any psychological burden. Even so, Madame Bai was still worried. Madame Bai had always felt that the man was heartless and had banished her to a grave. But when she heard that Li Cheng was going to make trouble for her, she still felt her heart ache, especially when she knew how powerful Li Cheng was. Knowing that Yang Chen and Li Cheng were close friends, Madame Bai was smart. She did not break through Li Cheng's side. Instead, she specifically looked for Yang Chen. With Yang Chen's help in the future, that person might be able to be blackmailed less. This time, he was looking for Yang Chen for no other reason than Hua Xing and Hu Yuexian. Because of their relationship with Madame Bai, the two of them also received 2 heavenly vitality pills. As soon as this miraculous pill entered their stomachs, the 2 women understood that this was a true treasure of heaven and earth. Of course, Hua Xing and Hu Yuexian gave Yang Chen the credit for refining the heavenly yuan pill. Yang Chen was originally an alchemy grandmaster, and this time, in the hearts of the 2 women, his title of alchemy super grandmaster was solidified. Although the 2 women obtained the heavenly yuan pill, and their cultivation levels increased rapidly, they were different from Yang Chen's wives and concubines. Yang Chen's wives and concubines had fought their way through battles, and with Yang Chen's help, they could go through all kinds of training. Their mental states were extremely strong. But Hua Xing and Hu Yuexian did not have such experiences, so naturally, it brought about the problem of insufficient mental states. Unfortunately, Hua Xing and Hu Yuexian were the key to nurturing Hong Zhuang's heart, so there could not be any problems. This put Madame Bai in a difficult position. She could only look for Yang Chen to help solve this problem. How difficult can it be? Yang Chen was not concerned about this. Send them to the demon realm to be killed. First kill hundreds of thousands of living beings, then place them among the aborigines. Just like the game that the seniors played, take it slowly. Madame Bai valued Hong Zhuang's heart too much, and protected the 2 women very well. Even when they were training in the demon realm, she did not forget to settle the 2 women down, and did not let them risk their lives in the demon realm. This was also because his heart was too tense. It was like loving an exceptionally exquisite porcelain and immediately protecting it, but forgetting that the porcelain was still meant to be used. Madame Bai was also an intelligent person and understood immediately. It was just that she was blinded by Hong Zhuang's heart, and immediately understood what Yang Chen meant. She waved her hands at Yang Chen, then swaggered away with Hua Xing and Hu Yuexian, heading straight for the demon realm. As long as she protected them secretly, it would be a good thing to let them kill and train. After Madame Bai left, Lin Jingyuan slowly came over. He did not hide his purpose, and curiously asked about Madame Bai's identity. "You mean Madame Bai?" Yang Chen was stunned. He thought that Lin Jingyuan was looking for him for something important. Lin Jingyuan nodded. He wanted to know Madame Bai's identity. Yang Chen frowned, and did not know if he should tell Lin Jingyuan. After a while, Yang Chen still spoke with reservations. "Madame Bai is from the celestial realm. I believe Senior Lin already knows." Yang Chen first said the most general thing about her identity. Lin Jingyuan nodded. If Madame Bai was not from the celestial realm, he would not care who she was. That was why he was curious. Madame Bai's situation is special. A powerful expert sealed their memories and cultivation, so they cannot remember their own identity. Yang Chen still chose to tell him about Madame Bai's situation. Even the memories of that expert are sealed, so they cannot remember the identity of that expert. This was not surprising. Whether it was Lin Jingyuan or Zhou Xianying, didn't they all have their memories sealed? Lin Jingyuan was lucky that his cultivation wasn't sealed. It was just hidden so that others couldn't detect it directly. This was basically the way the celestial realm sent people down, so Lin Jingyuan was already used to it. In addition, Madame Bai's surname is Bai. Yang Chen once again solemnly said nonsense. Nonsense, would Madame Bai's surname be He? Lin Jingyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did Yang Chen really think of him as an idiot? Madame Bai only remembers her maiden name. Yang Chen ignored Lin Jingyuan's dissatisfaction and continued, her maiden name is Peony. Junior can only say this much. I can't say any more. By Peony? Lin Jingyuan understood what Yang Chen meant. If he knew, then he knew. If he didn't know, then Yang Chen would not say anything. So, he began to think about the name Bai Peony. The more Lin Jingyuan thought about it, the more familiar the name became. However, he had just returned to normal, so his memory was still very messy. He really could not remember who Bai Peony was. Yang Chen didn't care and walked away, leaving Lin Jingyuan alone to rack his brains to recall who the white peony was. So it's her. A few days later, Lin Jingyuan suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted. Then, he shouted in shock, "How can it be her?" Chapter 2231. Lin Jingyuan did remember who Bai Peony was. However, he soon remembered who Bai Peony's man was. When Xiao Chen thought of that person, he could not help but let out a mournful wail. Xiao Chen had nothing better to do than to be curious about Madame Bai's identity. Now that he knew, he could not ascend. It was not because his cultivation was not high enough, but because Lin Jingyuan did not dare to ascend. If Xiao Chen did not know Madame Bai's identity, he would not ascend. No one would say anything. However, Xiao Chen insisted on being curious. In the end, after learning Madame Bai's true identity, he did not ascend. If that person knew that Xiao Chen watched Madame Bai get trapped in the battle between the Zhao clan and the other sect factions and did nothing, even though Xiao Chen's father was a major character, if that person pursued the matter, both of them would not be able to bear the consequences. Others might not know how powerful that person was, but how could Xiao Chen not know? If Xiao Chen dared to do that, when that person recovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Lin Jingyuan still held on to a glimmer of hope. He whispered to Yang Chen, "Did you meet that person at the Immortal slaying platform? What do you think?" Yang Chen rolled his eyes at Lin Jingyuan. He did not show Lin Jingyuan any respect just because Lin Jingyuan was a golden Immortal senior. He still had the necessary etiquette, but it was completely different from the respect he showed to Madame Bai. No matter how stupid Lin Jingyuan was, he could tell many things from Yang Chen's attitude. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, he could ascend after recovering his consciousness and not get involved in the spiritual realm's matters. However, he no longer had that opportunity. It was not that he could not ascend, but that he did not dare to. No matter what, he had to help Yang Chen take care of Madame Bai. He did not want to burden himself for no reason. "Senior, there is no need to worry." Yang Chen could tell that Lin Jingyuan was vexed. He smiled and advised, "Just do what you need to do. This junior can take care of Madame Bai." Lin Jingyuan did not doubt Xiao Chen's words at all. Not to mention anything else, just the two dragon race experts on Yang Chen's side, Ao Lan and Ao Lai, were sufficient to do that. They might not be able to attack a city, but they were more than enough to protect Madame Bai, who was in the Mountain River geographical map. However, as mentioned before, Lin Jingyuan wasn't a fool. Being able to leave a huge favor for that person was much more worthwhile than ascending 1,000 years earlier. Moreover, he had always owed Yang Chen a favor. Staying behind to help was also a way to repay the favor. Lin Jingyuan was influenced by what he saw and heard in the immortal world, so he understood it better than ordinary cultivators. "I think I'll stay." Lin Jingyuan smiled. Ask your wife to prepare good wine and dishes for me. I want to enjoy a few meals. As he spoke, Lin Jingyuan also revealed a drooling expression. Thinking back to the time when his consciousness was sealed, the delicacies that Gong Sunling brought him were still memorable. With the help of a true tribulation transcending golden immortal, it seemed like an additional tribulation transcending golden immortal could speed up the refinement of the demonic world. Naturally, Yang Chen was happy. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lin Jingyuan purposely befriended Xiao Chen, and the gap in seniority between the two disappeared. It was like the relationship between Lin Jingyuan and Yang Chen of the past. Yang Chen was very happy to have an additional tribulation transcending golden immortal, Lin Jingyuan, by his side. This was no longer the Lin Jingyuan of the past, who only reacted to killing Qi. Instead, this was the Lin Jingyuan of the past, a true expert who could communicate and take the initiative to make a move. Furthermore, Xiao Qin was different from Madame Bai and the others. Madame Bai and the others could only do their best to serve Xiao Qin. They could only make a move when they had no other choice. Lin Jingyuan was different. He could be pulled out to fight at any time. He owed Yang Chen a huge favor, so he had to repay it. When the favor reached a certain point, it would become karma. Lin Jingyuan's situation was more or less like this. It was the same for Madame Bai. It was just that the favor Madame Bai owed was repaid by another person. He originally thought that Lin Jingyuan would ascend, but he stayed behind out of curiosity. This was a great help, and Yang Chen was very happy. As for how to arrange Lin Jingyuan's life, Yang Chen was still a little worried. It wasn't that it wasn't easy, but he was afraid that Lin Jingyuan would think that he was arranging his life. Unexpectedly, Lin Jingyuan didn't need him to worry at all. Lin Jingyuan took the initiative to request to go to the demon realm. Although he wouldn't face much danger in the demon realm with his tribulation transcending golden immortal strength, the atmosphere would still make him feel a sense of urgency in battle. What Lin Jingyuan really needed now was to slowly digest the life experiences he had during this period of time when he lost his active consciousness. From there, he could improve his state of mind. In such an intense training, he could maintain sufficient pressure, and at the same time, he could slowly digest what he had learned. It was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, Yang Chen was very happy with this initiative. He satisfied all of Lin Jingyuan's requests. He even specially reserved a guest room in the five-element dragon palace for Lin Jingyuan, the one he used to live in. Only now did Lin Jingyuan realize that he had been living in the five-element dragon palace with Yang Chen all this while. Great, another favor. In any case, if Lin Jingyuan thought about it carefully, there would definitely be many such favors. Right now, Lin Jingyuan was like a dead pig that did not fear boiling water. He would swallow the benefits that Yang Chen sent and slowly repay them. On this point, he had already become somewhat similar to Ao Lan. As Yang Chen's family cultivated in the deep sea, Yang Chen did not forget to give Yang Lan a hint. He only gave Yang Lan some information about the Valley of No Return in the spiritual sense imprint that Yang Lan left behind. Valley of No Return. Super powerful magic treasure. Killed a perfected golden immortal. Refining in progress. It was just a few short and connected words that allowed Yang Lan to immediately understand what Yang Chen was doing. After sending these words over, Yang Chen completely closed the connection with Yang Lan again and began to cultivate on his own. He believed that Yang Lan would help him settle the rest of the matters. Sure enough, Yang Lan instantly understood what Yang Chen was doing. Moreover, he could feel that these intermittent expressions of Yang Chen were very true. There was no sign of lying at all. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Valley of No Return was not wrong. The immortal beheading platform was a super powerful magic treasure. Killing a perfected golden immortal was not wrong. Refining it was also not wrong. It was completely made up of the truth. How could it feel fake? Aside from the profound heaven sect, Yang Chun was the second person that Yang Lan wanted to kill. Over the years, the more famous Yang Chun became, the greater the things he did, and the higher his achievements, the more Yang Lan hated him in his heart. Yang Lan could not stand a tenant's son climbing over his head. If Yang Chun wanted to do something, he would definitely destroy it. Chapter 2232. The Valley of No Return was not an ordinary place, and all the cultivators understood this. In particular, none of the people who entered the Valley of No Return had come out, which confirmed this statement. When he thought that Yang Chun had found a magic weapon in the spiritual world that could kill a great principal golden immortal, the imbalance in Yang Lan's heart became more and more serious. The jealousy in his heart was burning. If he didn't destroy Yang Chen's wishful thinking, Yang Lan couldn't even sleep. However, Yang Lan didn't have the courage to go to the Valley of No Return by himself. He had just recovered his cultivation base, and at most, he was at the level of a human immortal. How many heaven immortals and Xian immortals had entered the Valley of No Return and did not come out? He was just a little human immortal. How could he dare to rush in? Don't look at Yang Chun being able to go in, but Yang Lan didn't know how Yang Chun got in from Yang Chen's mind. Not to mention going to the Valley of No Return, now Yang Lan didn't even have the possibility of leaving the Zhao family. Therefore, naturally, the task of destroying Yang Chen's good deeds fell on the head of the Zhao family. Yang Lan was now the advisor of the current Zhao family master, and he could make suggestions on many things. But there was one thing that Yang Lan couldn't let the Zhao family know, that he had slowly controlled a group of people, so he could only use the method of beating around the bush. The source of the news was impossible for Yang Lan to directly say that he controlled Yang Chun. He could only think of ways from the intelligence collected from the outside, and at the same time, he did not forget to control several masters of the major sect to send him the information he wanted. It was said that it was intelligence, but in fact, it was all constructed by Yang Lan with his own ideas, which could make the Zhao family master feel that it was necessary to make a move. The most important point was that it could kill a great principal golden immortal. This was leaked from the hands of important figures in the Xiantian sect and several other sects. When it was concentrated in the Zhao family master was completely unable to control his greed. The news from the monster beast space was that the major sect had sent masters, one of whom was a great principal golden immortal. They already knew Zhou Xing's identity, but sometimes when facing Zhou Xing, they had to temporarily avoid him. Now that a super magic weapon that could kill a perfected golden immortal had suddenly appeared, it would be strange if the Zhao family's master could still sit still. They thought that Yang Chun had just found a treasure recorded in some things, but they didn't expect that it was a super magic weapon that could kill a zenith heaven golden immortal. Moreover, it was being refined by someone. This made them feel a sense of urgency. Yang Chun was definitely on the side of the major sects, even if Xiantian sect had long been displeased with Chunyang Palace, and Chunyang Palace did not like Xiantian sect either. The Zhao family was the common enemy of all the sect, so Yang Chun was definitely an enemy of the Zhao family. No matter what, they couldn't let Yang Chun have his way with this super magic treasure. The reason why the cultivators who entered the Valley of No Return couldn't come out was because their cultivation level wasn't high enough. At most, they were at the Xian Immortal stage. Perhaps for the cultivators in the spiritual world, the Valley of No Return was a forbidden place for cultivation, but for the real Golden Immortal stage experts, it was another matter. The Zhao family had a lot of backups. Although Lin Zhongshuan killed half of the Golden Immortal stage experts in the Zhao family's lair, there was more than one Golden Immortal stage expert in the Zhao family. Otherwise, how could they resist Zhou Xing and a group of Golden Immortals? When necessary, they also needed to send a Golden Immortal stage expert into the Valley of No Return. With so many cultivators paying attention to the Valley of No Return, how could the Zhao family let it go? Even among the cultivators who had entered the Valley of No Return, there were people from the Zhao family. It was just that after entering they never came out, so they didn't know what happened inside. However, according to the information sent by Yang Lan from the outside, it was estimated that it was a disaster. But this did not prevent the Zhao family from sending a golden immortal stage expert into the Valley of No Return. No matter how strong the spiritual world was, it was useless against a real golden immortal stage expert. Without reaching that level of strength, it couldn't cause any harm to a golden immortal stage expert. Only an opponent who had reached the same golden immortal stage could deal with a real golden immortal stage expert. Soon, the Zhao family sent a golden immortal stage expert. He wanted to quietly leave the trial ground without alarming anyone from the major sect. He wanted to slowly sneak into the vicinity of the Valley of No Return and then sneak in. The first task was to get that super magic treasure, and the second was to kill Yang Chen. Yang Chen's divine perching jade and elixirs had brought a lot of trouble to the Zhao family. If he killed Yang Chen, he might even be able to get his family's wealth. The Zhao family, including Yang Lan, were actually a little regretful. If they knew that Yang Chen could find the treasure in the Valley of No Return, they should have taken a step earlier. Now that the trial ground had been cracked, it was the Zhao family's lair. There was a super magic treasure in the Valley of No Return. Then what was the third dangerous place, Mount Tianju? If they went in earlier, would they be able to find some treasures too? Therefore, there was a secret task in the Golden Immortal Stage Expert's task, which was to go to Mount Tianju if there was a chance after coming out of the Valley of No Return. After all, he had obtained the super magic treasure, so Mount Tianju should be safer. The reason why he didn't treat it as a task that had to be completed was because Yang Chen had given him a deadline of 1,000 years. If Yang Chen needed 1,000 years to refine it with his earthly immortal cultivation, then a golden immortal stage expert would need at least 100 years. Who knew what would happen in 100 years? If there was a war with the Zhao family, then it would naturally be the Zhao family. This golden immortal stage expert would only go to Mount Tianju when there was no interference. For a golden immortal stage expert, it was a piece of cake to avoid the surveillance of some heaven immortals and Xian immortals in the hundreds of thousands of miles of defense line. Very easily, he left the trial ground and rushed towards the Valley of No Return. The Valley of No Return was not far from the trial ground, only a few 100,000 miles. Even if he hid, it would only take a few days to reach the place. Since Yang Chen had already opened the way in front, this golden immortal stage expert didn't need to be so unconventional. He followed to the small town that was formed later on, disguised himself as a heaven immortal cultivator, and began to ask about the Valley of No Return nonchalantly. He thought that the cultivators here would be very sensitive and would act as if they were facing a great enemy when they heard him asking about it. However, when he carefully drank with another cultivator for a long time before leading the topic to the Valley of No Return and Yang Chen, he was immediately despised. "You just came." It wasn't the cultivator who answered, but the waiter of the hotel next to him. This one sentence caused this golden immortal stage expert to be stunned for a long time. Did he make a mistake somewhere? Should he silence him? If you want to ask about Master Yang, just say it, it's not a secret here. The waiter said with a smile. What does this customer want to know? Basically, I know everything about Master Yang from the moment he came here to the moment he went in. Chapter 2233. The Golden Immortal Master was not surprised. After all, he had been here for so many years. It was normal for him to know some things. Since the other person had pointed it out, he simply threw a large piece of spirit stone to the shop assistant and asked him to explain in detail. It didn't matter if he didn't listen, but after listening, even the Golden Immortal Master couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This shop assistant knew a lot. Not only did he clearly explain when Master Yang went in, how did he go in, how did the people behind him follow and why didn't they come out, but he also said something even more surprising. He actually knew what was the situation in the Valley of No Return now. How was this possible? But it sounded fake. Could it be that the Valley of No Return was now open for people to enter and exit? What the Golden Immortal Master didn't know was that it had been more than 10 years since the last batch of hundreds of cultivators went in. During these years, there were already cultivators with high cultivation who began to explore the Valley of No Return. However, these cultivators were more cautious. They would go in and explore for a while before returning. Because there was no blood corpse and the blood river was also swallowed by the Earth Dragon, as long as they could withstand the killing intent overflowing from the immortal beheading stage, they could naturally return easily. The Valley of No Return was no longer the Valley of No Return of the past, as long as one did not enter the Valley of No Return, as long as one did not enter the corpse dump entrance. If the cultivators wanted to leave, they could almost leave at any time. Hearing this, the Golden Immortal Master's face couldn't help but change. If one could come and go freely inside, then he was afraid that the purpose of this trip would not be achieved. It's just that the shop assistant didn't say many things in detail. The Golden Immortal Master knew when to use tough means and when to give out benefit. Without hesitation, he threw a large piece of spirit stone over and asked the shop assistant to explain in detail. With a large piece of spirit stone, the shop assistant's attitude became more and more enthusiastic. He described the situation inside from beginning to end, including what kind of big pit it was, a square opening floating in the air, and from the opening, he could see the broadsword on the double dragon brackets and so on. He described it clearly and clearly. The Golden Immortal Master finally understood. The Valley of No Return was actually the Valley of No Return, but what everyone entered was not the real Valley of No Return. Only the inside of the square entrance was the real Valley of No Return. Entering without exiting and leaving without returning referred to the inside, not the outside. In fact, the people who entered later could not see any valley terrain at all. There was only a deep pit. In the past, be it mountains or rivers, they were all swallowed by the Earth Dragon in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, the cultivators who entered later naturally regarded the entrance floating in the air as the Valley of No Return. There were already cultivators who proved that as long as one could withstand the killing intent outside the entrance, they would be able to move freely. But once they entered, they would not be able to come out in a short period of time. Those who could enter this place were at least heaven immortals. Many earth immortals could not withstand the extremely terrifying killing intent within a few hundred miles and hurriedly retreated. Even so, there were still many cultivators who were unwilling to give up. Back then, Grandmaster Yang had entered the town with the cultivation base of an earthen immortal. Thus, the town was still very lively even now. Many cultivators treated the town as a supply base. Unwilling to give up, they kept going back and forth to search the town. At this point, the Golden Immortal Expert had already understood a lot, and he felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the news the family had received was not false. That super magic treasure had not been refined by anyone yet. At the very least, there were quite a number of cultivators who had entered the real Valley of No Return. There were even heavenly immortals and arcane immortals there. If he were to be late in entering, not even dregs of the good items would be left behind. Without further ado, the Golden Immortal Expert did not care about anything else as he got up and left. The shop assistant had seen countless cultivators like this over the years. Almost all the cultivators who heard the news for the first time were like this. This allowed the shop assistant to earn quite a bit. However, he did not know if this person could come back or not. The Golden Immortal Expert did not want to know any of these things. After understanding the details, in less than half an incense's time, he had already appeared in the array of the Valley of No Return. The moment he entered, he knew that the shop assistant was not lying. The Golden Immortal Expert tried to enter and exit the array a few times. Indeed, he was able to advance and retreat freely. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction and headed towards the depths. Even though there were no more blood corpses and blood rivers, the killing intent within was already terrifying enough after decades of seeping out. Even the golden immortal expert could not help but shiver when he first entered. Took him a while to adapt before he could move freely. Fortunately, there were no enemies here. Otherwise, the battle would not have been so smooth. The golden immortal expert was a cautious person, otherwise, he would not have such achievements. His speed of advancement was not fast, just like Yang Chen's walking speed in the past. It was not that he was not in a hurry to snatch the super magic treasure. On one hand, walking slower would allow him to observe the surrounding situation. On the other hand, he could also take the opportunity to adapt to this place. Those who rushed forward as soon as they entered were destined to not have a good ending. The golden immortal expert firmly believed this. After cautiously walking for a few thousand miles, the golden immortal expert finally saw the floating opening that the shop assistant mentioned. It was a very magical place. With one look, the golden immortal expert could almost determine that this was the entrance to a space. Through that opening, the golden immortal expert also saw the ghost head broadsword that was placed on top of the twin dragon bracket. Waves of killing intent emanated from the saber. It was as if all the killing intent within the 10,000-mile radius of the array formation came from that saber. This broadsword was probably the super magic treasure that could kill a golden immortal. For no reason, the golden immortal expert felt a sense of familiarity. Soon, he understood what it was. This was the aura of the immortal world. The aura of that broadsword definitely had the aura of the immortal world. The golden immortal expert had been in the immortal world for many years. He was too familiar with this kind of aura. The cautious golden immortal expert did not go in directly. Instead, he carefully observed from the outside. At the same time, he released his spiritual consciousness to explore the situation inside. Unfortunately, no matter how much he released his spiritual consciousness, he could not detect the situation inside. It seemed like everything could only be done after going in. There were no cultivators around. The golden immortal expert tidied up the magic treasures on his person and prepared himself for battle. Then, he turned to look at the ghost-headed great blade, which was overflowing with killing intent, before flying into the square-shaped hole on the wall. He had already made up his mind. No matter who was inside, no matter what they were doing, he would kill them first. That ghost-head broadsword that could kill a golden immortal was definitely his. Chapter 2234. The people outside had never seen the figure of a golden immortal master, at least not for decades. The town on the outskirts of the Valley of No Return was also missing a stranger who passed by in a hurry. No one would care. The Zhao family did not respond to this at all. They knew that it took hundreds of years or even longer to refine a super magic weapon. Wasn't it normal for there to be no news for a few decades? Yang Lan was still dreaming of Yang Chen being killed and the super magic weapon being taken away. The Zhao family was also dreaming of getting a super magic weapon to kill Zhou Xing, a great principal golden immortal. Unfortunately, this was destined to be just a dream, and there would be no time to return to reality. The major sect was still looking forward to the miracle of Zhou Xing and the others. Those ancestors would defeat the masters of the Zhao family and then return to their respective sect. As for Zhou Xing and the others, they were now fighting hard and hiding hard. Unexpectedly, the Zhao family had such a big scene in the demon beast space. Even with Zhou Xing's great principal golden immortal cultivation base, he could only be on par with them. It was already the limit to ensure that the golden immortal masters who followed them did not die. As for destroying the arrangements of the Zhao family, they could only take one step at a time. If there was a golden immortal master outside the demon beast space at this time, it would probably be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Zhao family originally had this opportunity, but unfortunately, They cared too much about the super magic weapon that could kill a great principal golden immortal, so that the golden immortal master plunged into the beheading immortal platform and never came out. No one didn't know that with just a thought of Yang Chen, the Zhao family, who originally had the upper hand in the top combat power, inexplicably lost a golden immortal master, so that the combat power between the Zhao family and the major sect once again reached a balance. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. During these 50 years, no one knew how many cultivators had come to explore the Valley of No Return, but there was still a very obvious rule. More people went in and less people came out. Only the cultivators in the town who lived here were spared. Those who wanted to try their luck basically entered the array formation and saw the entrance. Almost all of them went in. Everyone felt that they were the protagonist of life, and all the good things should be enjoyed by themselves. Even if everyone fought for it, maybe they had a chance. Everyone believed that they were blessed with good fortune, and that there would be times when a golden pie fell from the sky and fell into their hands. Their disappearance once again spread the reputation of the Valley of No Return, attracting more and more people to come. Yang Chen was now a sky immortal expert. More than 10 years ago, he had already attained the cultivation of a heavenly immortal, but he had been forcefully suppressing his tribulation. Now, Yang Chen finally felt that there was no need to suppress it anymore and began to face the tribulation. Before Yang Chen, all the girls had already passed their heavenly immortal tribulations. Under the effect of the heavenly yuan pill, everyone's cultivation was still advancing by leaps and bounds. If anyone could see them, they would definitely be shocked. In a mere 100 years, everyone's cultivation had actually surpassed the celestial immortal realm. What kind of concept was this? The tribulation clouds in the sky had begun to condense, and Yang Chen was ready. Apart from transcending the tribulation this time, Yang Chen actually had two other intentions. One was to thoroughly cultivate the body-refining technique of the yellow turban strongman to the peak of the sky, and the other was to thoroughly refine the golden bell of the Dragon Clan. For Yang Chen, the heavenly tribulation was no longer just a heavenly tribulation, but a means for him to temper his body and magic weapon. This is the real attitude towards the heavenly tribulation. Elder brother Li Cheng was very appreciative of this. When discussing with Yang Chen before, he said such words: "If you regard the heavenly tribulation as a test and tribulation, it will always be inferior. Even if you can get through it by luck, your future achievements will not be high. Cultivation is to face everything with a normal mind. The same goes for the heavenly tribulation, it is just a tool for your cultivation." With such a mentality, when facing the heavenly tribulation, Yang Chen found that he was not nervous at all. Even if the earth immortal tribulation for him was at least 100 times more powerful than the Xian immortal tribulation, Yang Chen did not panic at all. Instead, he took the initiative to face the heavenly tribulation. His body seemed to be bathed in the heavenly tribulation, and even the golden bell in his body was completely integrated with his body. The extra part was used to temper his body, and the immortal beheading blade was also tempered again. From the beginning to the end, Yang Chen was very calm and relaxed. However, the more he behaved like this, the more tame the heavenly tribulation seemed to be. There were so many heavenly tribulations, but Yang Chen just stretched out a finger and then reached into it. The mighty heavenly tribulation dissipated easily under a finger, and not even a speck of dust was blown away. That's it. This was the first time Lin Jingyuan saw Yang Chen transcend the tribulation. Seeing this scene, he could not believe his eyes. The heavenly tribulation just now was not normal, and it was definitely not an ordinary earth immortal tribulation. Lin Jingyuan could even sense the power of a few golden immortal tribulations. Even Lin Jingyuan did not dare to say that he was sure that he could withstand such a powerful heavenly tribulation, but Yang Chen took it so easily that Lin Jingyuan, a golden immortal, thought that he was hallucinating. "What else do you want?" Husband has always been like this when transcending tribulations. Sun Qingshui used to like to tease Lin Jingyuan, and at this time, she did not change her attitude and said it casually. The girls had seen Yang Chen transcend tribulation many times, so they did not find it strange at all. The last time there was a golden immortal tribulation, Yang Chen easily swallowed it in one gulp. This time, his cultivation was higher, so what was the difference? Worry. Was that necessary? Lin Jingyuan suddenly realized that he could not understand the spiritual realm. How could this be? When an Earth Immortal Junior transcended the heavenly tribulation, he attracted a golden immortal tribulation, but the surrounding people did not find it strange at all. Could it be that he was behind the times, and did not understand that the world was changing quickly? However, this heavenly tribulation also made Lin Jingyuan see himself clearly. In terms of seniority, he might be a very high golden immortal senior, and in terms of cultivation, his realm was definitely high, but in terms of combat power, a golden immortal senior like him was probably not in the eyes of the family in front of him. Lin Jingyuan had seen geniuses, but he had never seen such monstrous geniuses like Yang Chen's family. If any of the women were taken out alone, they would be the most outstanding disciples that could make the major sects fight over them. Unexpectedly, they were all Yang Chen's wives and concubines. Wasn't Yang Chen's luck too good? With your cultivation and strength, you can do anything in the spiritual realm. Lin Jingyuan had also learned about the discord between Yang Chen and the Xiantian sect these days. You can just kill your way to the Xiantian sect and destroy it. Why are you still cooperating? On the one hand, there are some things that I want to wait for the higher-ups to resolve completely. Yang Chen did not hide this from Lin Jingyuan. He replied with a smile, on the other hand, I actually have my eyes on the foundation of the Xiantian sect. Chapter 2235. In his previous life, the enmity between Yang Chen and Profound Heaven sect was as deep as the sea. In this life, Yang Chen had been taking revenge ever since he was in the mortal world. But now Yang Chen seems to have rarely made a move. Naturally, it wasn't because Yang Chen had let go of this enmity. Just as he answered Lin Jingyuan, he had his eyes on Profound Heaven sect's foundation. If Profound Heaven sect was still led by Sect Master Wang or Sect Master Li, Yang Chen couldn't see any hope of controlling Profound Heaven sect. Thus, he would naturally think of ways to exterminate Profound Heaven sect. But now Yang Chen had changed his mind. With Sect Master Wu, the new Sect Master of Profound Heaven sect, who had unknowingly helped him, he might be able to dig the entire foundation of Profound Heaven sect into his hands. This was the first time Yang Chen had expressed his wishes to others. Lin Jingyuan didn't comment on this. He didn't have a good or bad impression of Profound Heaven sect, so it didn't matter. This was the first time the girls heard Yang Chen say this. Of course, their attitude was definitely to support and not to oppose. Only Tao Junkie was from Profound Heaven sect and had a lot of feelings for Profound Heaven sect. In the past, she already knew that Yang Chen's attitude towards Profound Heaven sect wasn't friendly. She was stuck between her husband and the sect, so it was very difficult for her to choose. However, Sect Master Wu's recent actions made Tao Junkie hate Profound Heaven sect more and more. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Tao Junkie's first reaction was that her husband was thinking about her so that she wouldn't become a traitor. For a moment, Tao Junkie didn't know how to express her gratitude to her husband for his consideration. She threw herself into Yang Chen's arms and hugged him tightly without saying anything. Everyone's cultivation had a huge increase, including golden immortal experts like Ao Lan and Lin Jingyuan. In just a few decades, Lin Jingyuan even felt that he had broken through two small realms. One had to know that at golden immortal level, it would take about 200 years or even longer to break through a small realm. Furthermore, all of this happened in the spiritual realm where the spiritual pressure was incomparable to the immortal realm. Lin Jingyuan couldn't help but sigh at the miraculousness of the heavenly essence pill. Aolan and Aolai had both improved greatly. Even Madame Bai and the others, who were sealed, had improved greatly. Hua Xing and Hu Yuexian, the two with the lowest cultivation, were almost at the peak of the earthly immortal stage. The two women's experience in the devil realm over the years had directly improved their combat effectiveness by several levels. The process of refining the demon world had also improved. Under the influence of the heavenly spirits and earthly fiends formation laid out by the heavenly Yuan pill, almost half of the demon world had been refined. According to this speed, Big Brother Li Qing estimated that he could completely refine the devil world in another 300 years. The reason for the difference was that the closer the devil realm was to the connection point of the heavenly court, the more difficult it was to refine it. Right now, Big Brother Li Qing had yet to completely refine all the natal magic treasures from the immortal world. He had yet to complete the magic treasure that sealed the connection point. Maintaining this speed was already his limit. In the Mountain River geographical map, there were already tens of millions of human immortal disciples. The ascension of the natives of the spiritual realm, the ascension of the demon race in the super cave abode, and the ascension of the demonized demon beasts in the demonic tribulation caused the number of cultivators in the spiritual realm to increase. If this powerful force was taken out, no matter which sect in the spiritual realm, it would be impossible to compete with it. The absolute advantage in quantity brought about a further improvement in the Mountain River geographical map. Under the complementarity, the speed of refining the demon world was a bit faster. The outside world was also like Big Brother Li Qing's estimation. There was no news in the demon beast space. Zhou Xing also brought a bunch of golden immortal masters to fight with the Zhao family. The Zhao family was also harassed. In the spiritual realm, the Zhao family and the major sect were still in a relative balance. Although some small-scale battles were inevitable, the two sides were also evenly divided, and no one dared to relax their vigilance. Everyone understood that the real decisive game was in the demon beast space, between Zhou Xing and those golden immortal masters. No matter which side won, it meant a complete victory. The major sect were also anxiously waiting for the result of the battle in the demon beast space, and at the same time, they were preparing in their respective sect. The gadget that Yang Chen left for the palace master in an emergency had never been activated. This also showed that the Chunyang palace was now calm. Occasionally, there were small frictions, and the sect would solve them themselves. From the moment the mountain gate was rebuilt for the 5th time, Chunyang Palace actually had the qualifications to stand in the spiritual realm. Even without the protection of the major sect, Chunyang Palace could also stand in the spiritual realm with its own strength. This was the independent and self-reliant Chunyang Palace that Yang Chen wanted to see. Everything was normal in the outside world, so Yang Chen's family continued to do their own things on the deep sea side. The second primordial spirit never stopped refining the immortal beheading stage. Because of the integration of tens of thousands of merit rings, the control of the immortal beheading stage had increased by tens of thousands of times. After decades, almost 1/8 of the refining had been completed. Counting the days, it was estimated that when the demon realm was almost refined, it would also be the day when the immortal beheading stage was refined. In addition to cultivation, Yang Chen's body was integrating the cultivation methods. Yang Chen was already very familiar with the heaven and earth treasure raising secret art, so in the first 50 years, he had almost completely integrated the heaven and earth treasure raising secret art into the golden body secret art. Now the golden bell had completely integrated with Yang Chen's body. Whether it was the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, or the heaven and earth treasure raising secret art, they were all refining methods, refining Yang Chen's body more and more refined. Even if Yang Chen entered the demon realm and did not move, those demonic beasts could not hurt Yang Chen. During the integration, Yang Chen's merit value flowed out like it was free. It was indeed worthy of being a refining method passed down by the Taoist ancestor. It was dangerous to fuse them together. Fortunately, he had the merit chapter to protect him, so he could go from barely combining them to proficiently fusing them in a few decades. However, the consumption of merit had almost reached an unbelievable level, 10 to the 64th power. The peak of the sky reaching strength was already the secret cultivation method of the Kwa-E family. Before, Yang Chen did not begin to integrate the complete yellow turban strongman body refining method, because the golden body secret art had not reached that stage. Now that he had the conditions for cultivation, Yang Chen could rest assured and completely integrate the secret cultivation method of the Kwa-E family. However, before the integration, it was still the old way. Yang Chen would simply cultivate for a period of time, and then integrate it after thoroughly mastering the mystery. Since Brother Li Cheng had set a deadline of 1,000 years, it was estimated that he was impatient with the actions of the Zhao family. When these were completed this time, Yang Chen would definitely go on a killing spree, and would never hold back. It was worth mentioning that under the efforts of the second primordial spirit and the third primordial spirit, and under the dual cultivation of Yang Chen and the girls, Yang Chen's divine sense cultivation had soared again, reaching the middle stage of Almighty Immortal. Even Yang Chen could challenge the difficulty of refining an 8-revolution pill at this stage. Chapter 2236. The reason for this was that Yang Chen realized that Aolan seemed to be a little impatient. Ever since she knew that Yang Chen's alchemy came from the Tao ancestors' inheritance, she no longer doubted that Yang Chen could refine the fusion pill. Now, Aolan no longer planned to wait until everyone ascended to the immortal world before letting the fire dragon be reborn. She firmly believed that Yang Chen could refine the 8 revolutions fusion pill in the mortal world. Although she did not rush him these days, it was very obvious sometimes. Yang Chen also understood Aolan's feelings. It was not easy for her to endure until now after being separated from the person she loved for so many years. Yang Chen knew the pain of missing Gao Yu. In his previous life, he had never forgotten Gao Yu for even a moment. Therefore, he did not blame her. "Give me 200 years. Yang Chen gave Aolan a clear time limit. When my cultivation increases again and my cultivation makes a breakthrough, I will start refining the fusion pill. Aolan finally felt relieved. With Yang Chen's guarantee, she understood that it would not be long before she met the fire dragon again. She could count the years. With Aolan's urging, Yang Chen immersed himself in fusing Kwa-Yi's secret cultivation method. Relying on the merit absolute ability to protect his life, Yang Chen used the most unreasonable method to forcefully fuse Kwa-Yi's secret cultivation method into the current golden body scripture. Even if some meridians would conflict with each other, even if the spiritual energy would reverse, he did not care. He would first solve the problem of being able to cultivate together, then straighten out the coordination. While Yang Chen and his family were immersed in cultivation, Yang Lan was very busy. Most of his thoughts were on the Profound Heaven sect, trying his best to make the Profound Heaven sect the target of public criticism. The battles between the Zhao clan and the other sect never stopped. There would be some small-scale conflicts from time to time. Almost all the sects were involved, and everything seemed normal. There was no doubt that the Profound Heaven sect's cultivators were also attacked. The hidden members of the Zhao clan would often attack the disciples of the other sect. Some succeeded, some failed, and there were casualties. Usually, the ones who were attacked were the disciples who were out. The Zhao family was not arrogant enough to attack the disciples of other sects in their own territory. However, the few super sects that had been paying attention to the Black Heaven sect had discovered that the Black Heaven sect's recent situation was too suspicious. There was a very elusive phenomenon, and that was, as long as it was a disciple loyal to sect Master Wu, when they were attacked outside there was an 80% chance that they would survive. As for those disciples with unclear attitudes or who had expressed opposition, less than 10% of them survived when they went out and were attacked. Looking at the situation as a whole, the Black Heaven sect was the same as the other sect. They had all been attacked by the Zhao family, and nothing unusual could be seen. But as long as there was a simple distinction, the majority of those who were loyal to sect Master Wu were alive, and the majority of those who opposed were dead. This situation really made people suspicious. Everything was arranged by Yang Lan. He knew the identity and position of these people who went out through the elder he controlled. He specifically arranged some targeted attacks, so that the result of this attack was very coincidental and indirect to help Sect Master Wu clear the obstacles in the sect. Sect Master Wu did not notice this. He simply thought that this was a harassment method of the Zhao family. Sect Master Wu was even secretly happy that some people who did not know how to appreciate favors were attacked and killed. Right now, he could almost control more than 70% of the Black Heaven sect. If he continued to work hard, he believed that he would be able to firmly control the Black Heaven sect in less than a few hundred years. At that time, wherever Sect Master Wu's troops went, the disciples of the Black Heaven sect would come one after another. Just thinking about it made people fascinated. Sect Master Wu, who was immersed in controlling the Black Heaven sect, did not notice that the other sects had already started to drift away from the Black Heaven sect. No matter how Hall Master Tong of the External Affairs Hall contacted the various parties, this feeling of alienation was getting more and more serious. However, on the surface, the other sects still maintained their respect for the Black Heaven sect and did not explode out. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. Yang Chen and his family, who were immersed in cultivation, almost did not notice the passage of time. If not for Ao Lan coming to remind Yang Chen would still be immersed in cultivation, unable to extricate himself. After reaching the heavenly immortal realm, Yang Chen and his family made preparations to not undergo their heavenly immortal tribulation and ascend. Hence, no one would undergo their tribulation for a long time to come. Hence, their cultivation would not be interrupted. However, Ao Lan was very anxious from waiting. However, he still remembered the 200-year time limit that Yang Chen mentioned. Once the time was up, he immediately rushed over to urge Yang Chen. 200 years was already sufficient for Yang Chen to completely merge the golden body art. At this point, the golden body art could be considered to have reached great perfection, becoming the only cultivation technique that Yang Chen could cultivate. The demonic world was still being refined, and so was the immortal killing platform. Yang Chen only paid attention to the current progress before preparing to refine the medicinal pill for Ao Lan. Ao Lan had already prepared all the herbs needed for the foundation merging pill long ago. Although Xiao Chen had said that the 8 Revolution Foundation merging pill could only be refined in the immortal world, there were herbs of sufficient age in the spirit realm. However, before refining the foundation merging pill, Yang Chen needed to refine a few body tempering pills. This was for the sake of raising the dragon puppet's 5 elemental attributes to the maximum. This was also one of the agreements that Xiao Chen made with Ao Lan back then. Furthermore, starting with simple medicinal pills was also a way for Yang Chen to familiarize himself with the process of refining 8 revolution pills. In the past, when Yang Chen refined an 8 revolution pill, he did it to give Ao Lan confidence. He did not use a cauldron and refined the simplest qi nourishing pill empty-handed. At that time, Yang Chen had not yet comprehended the real secrets of the alchemy path. Now that he was going to open the furnace for alchemy, and to attack the real 8th grade medicinal pill in one fell swoop, Yang Chen was not completely sure. The purpose of the 8 Revolution Virtuous Body Tempering Pill was to raise the dragon puppet's acquired attribute. Among the herbs that Yang Chen usually used for the body tempering pill, he added some of the blood from the blood pool that he kept. One had to know that this blood was a mixture of cultivators of various levels in the immortal world. With the integration of Yang Chen's virtuous chapter, this blood was even more effective than many ordinary herbs. Back then, Yang Chen refined a pill that allowed Xiao Tian to awaken his Yazi bloodline because of the essence blood of the howling celestial dog. Among this blood, there was definitely the blood of the howling celestial dog. At the same time, there was also the blood of some stronger immortals. For the first revolution, Yang Chen used his alchemy skills to the extreme. Under the strong support of the virtuous chapter, the first revolution pill did not take too long and was completed. After all, it was just a simple body-tempering pill. However, Yang Chen did not stop. Instead, he continued with the second revolution. Although Yang Chen had already discussed it with elder brother Li Qing, the effect of a high revolution pill might not be very high. However, it could still increase it by a small amount. The most important thing was to give the consumer confidence. What Yang Chen was doing now was calming Aolan's heart.